Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Oh, this is some unsettling static in the background, isn't it? Really like what they've done to the start screen with the ominous red planet, moon, eclipse, whatever it is. Looks really, really cool. Welcome back to No Man's Sky. Wanted to play this again for a while, but 14 has kept me busy, and still is, honestly, but yeah, I desperately wanted to get back to it, to play some more No Man's Sky, to uncover some more interesting planets, and follow whatever my base is up to. Last I left off, the Overseer had some weird issues, seemingly, and it got a little bit ominous with what the other aliens in my base were talking about, so we'll see where it goes, I suppose. Also, they did do some updates since last I played, which was, what, like 2 weeks ago, I think, and I think there were 2 patches. Maybe it was just 1, I don't know, but I've already seen that there has been quite a bit of development apparently on an experimental build. I don't know whether or not that's already in the console game. Whether or not it is, you know, not necessarily a problem for me, but looks pretty good on what they're trying to do in the future. Has my thing always looked like this? I feel like the stuff on top is new. Oh, maybe I didn't actually look at... does it actually now show? I didn't realize. I guess it now shows the tech that you've installed on your exocraft. That's pretty cool. God, I really need to do something with this base. The fact that it's still like buggy on the launch pad here is a little bit frustrating, but yeah, I mean, clearly this is a very temporary base so far. I just built it for the to be able to do the missions and whatnot, and I'll be changing this in the future. Oh, let me quickly check out the tech here and whatnot. So yeah, I don't think I can supercharge technology yet, right? That's only available on the experimental branch on PC, as far as I can tell. Maybe? Because that's a thing that a lot of people complained about, right? Is when they changed the whole inventory stuff and how technology slots and whatnot work now. Wait, did I get more? What? Where did all these slots come from? Did they also increase the... I have way more technology slots than I did last time now. Okay. I guess they must have increased the amount of technology slots you have with one of the updates. Interesting. This one's not, doesn't have more stuff though. This one does. Well, now I'm kind of bummed that I got rid of all that other technology last time. Well, it wasn't really, you know, good technology, but... Huh. Let's see. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Okay, let me actually put this into a configuration that makes sense. Let's put the cannon and rocket launcher over here. So that's my shield. Those are my weapons, my drives, the extra stuff, and my launch thrusters. Alright. Well, that's cool then, though. I mean, that's fine. Any other technology that I kept here? Not really. this here. I don't know if I actually... let's grab these things real quick. I guess I never planted anything in this one. Can I not just... How does it work again? Building menu... Why is this not plants? What is that weird way of doing these menu buttons? Gravitino host. Oh, that needs silver. Alright. Well, can grab some silver here in a second. I don't know, I feel like, couldn't I just build like a 20, 30 of these Gravitino things and then sell that stuff? I feel like that would get you quite a bit of money over the course of the things. Let's see. Storage container, silver. Definitely need some more silver then, at some point. I mean, that shouldn't be too difficult to get once I'm in space. One thing that I'm still a little bit afraid of, though, is, I guess, driving around with my exocraft. So the thing that bumped me out... Oh, this is where I put them. The thing that bumped me out last time, at least a little bit, was that when I drove around with my exocraft, it got damaged really, really quickly. And I have read on the subreddit that apparently they've alleviated it, but I don't know whether or not it's already in on consoles, or whether or not that is still in the experimental update on PC. So I'm not going to try driving around with the exocraft just yet. I'm going to see whether or not, because last time I also broke parts of my exosuit, I think, and also part of my ship. So we'll see if that keeps happening. If not, like if nothing breaks, then maybe I'll try driving with my exocraft again. Because in general, that is really, really fun, driving around with that thing, especially because it has an insane amount of inventory slots. Let's see here, though. So these are designed to allow easy storage for the deflector shield. This is... I wish these symbols would tell you what they're for more easily. This would be for... Is this for the ship? Pulse engine, yeah, I think these are ship upgrades, right? Deflector shield. Well, if I have more technology slots again, then just, you know, let's try looking at this stuff. Okay. I can't install everything, though, because it would require me to install, because you can, I think you can still only install, what is it, 3 technology upgrades per technology, which I think it's actually pretty good that they kept that limitation. Alright, hopefully I got what I actually wanted. Yes, perfect. Ooh, can I rotate this? Apparently not. It's a bit weird. But, oh, well, whatever. That did get rid of the Gravitino ball that I had, though, right? Dihydrogen jelly. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, that's fine then. Hopefully I can sell that next time. Oh, the gamma root. Put put that in here as well. At some point, I have to come up with a usage for these things. Because if I get them every time, then, you know, I feel like there should be something that I do with those. But we'll see about that. Okay, so first of all, significant upgrade for the mining beam. That I can't install, actually, because my multi-tool is full already. Okay, let's move that down here then. Things that I can't install. What's this then? Supreme upgrade for the toxic protection. Yeah, these are things that I had installed. Wait, exosuit. Oh, yeah, right. That's here. These are things that I originally had installed, but then had to uninstall because of the technology slot limitations. But I guess now I can potentially put them back. I mean, I have to recharge them, obviously, but that will mean, though, that I potentially have to move these around. Okay, so I have... These are just basic upgrades, right? How do these count? Because they're also white, but I guess they don't combine with these. So they're just sort of these black market forbidden exosuit modules. They give me more health, though. And this also gives me a sprint distance, which is pretty cool. What is this? That's for the starship? More for the shield. Shield strength plus 13%. Alright, let's maybe move this over here then. For now. Okay, this is for the pulse engine. I do remember this being fairly bad, though. Yeah, +6, +3. But now that I can install that again, why not, right? Let's move these two here. Why does that say 50 when I move it? What the hell does that mean? And I need to come up with a proper system for these. That's cool, though, that they, you know, rectified these problems. Well, let's install this stuff first, and then... I mean, these are really minor upgrades, so... let's see about that. Wait, what isn't this? Oh, wait, core health. Ah, that connects to these ones. So they upgrade the same thing, interestingly enough, but they're a different quote-unquote system, I suppose, right? These are these forbidden modules, and this is an illegal defense systems upgrade. But it has the same stats on it as the other ones. Okay, so this shouldn't be... Right, okay. This is not possible. So, let's store this one. This one I can put away. This should also be the same thing, right? I think I looked through these last time. Yeah, +6% life support tanks. Don't need that. And then I think this one... Shield strength, solar power, but no core health. So let's put those three away again. And then this one is an upgrade for here, which is +15% life support tanks. Alright. What do we have here? The pulse spitter. I don't have that, so I don't need that. This would be on the... yeah, on the multi-tool. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, these ones I'm going to put away, because in case I do get those technologies, it would be great to have them, obviously. Another toxin filter. A nuclear thing. And the water upgrade. Where does that belong to? Is that not an upgrade for something that I have? I mean, this does need to be charged, but... where would that go? let's see. Maybe I can move the gauntlets down here, then put the shield here for the time being. And then I guess let's put the refinery and this weird translation thing down here as well. I don't know why this isn't... Shouldn't this connect to the life support system, though? I'm not entirely sure about that, honestly. Nuclear, toxic. Oop. And I guess we'll just move this over here as well. And then, for the time being, let's just charge these technologies. Why did that increase the scroll bar? Man, Hello Games, please fix your UI bugs and whatnot. Iron battery. Let's charge this one as well. Wait, does that not... Oh, I was gonna say, why did it still say 0 out of 2? Oh, I think that just meant that it needs 2 to be recharged. Alright, alright. Can I... Cobalt. I should have cobalt. Okay, so let's put these in here for now. And grab some cobalt. There it is. Why? Why? Oh, it gives it only 84%. Wait, so the other two didn't need 2, but still took 2? Ah, that's a little bit frustrating. Ah, well. Alright, that's that done and sorted. Let us see. Visit remote archive terminal. The base computer has located an off-world archive. Reach the marked coordinates and investigate. I think that's in another system, though. Complete Nexus missions, exploration guide, that's from this planet. I'm still missing 2 creatures for some reason. Technician awaits at the terminal. I think that's where I left off, wasn't it? Why is it showing me the fucking creature pellets? I guess that's a tutorial or something? Feed creature pellets to animals to calm or tame them. Friendly creatures can be mounted or farmed. They may also be adopted as a companion. Directly or via creature selection, bait thrown from the quick menu will calm predators or other angry creatures. Feeding a creature gains their trust and allows them to be mounted or farmed. Adopt a creature to gain a constant animal companion. Okay, so... Interact with animal. Collect milk. D. Rieto. Interested in new friend. Recently milked. Okay. An animal byproduct, this nutritious morsel can be easily farmed without harm to the animal that produces it. Process in a nutrient processor to generate edible products. Wait, do I actually have a nutrient processor? I don't think so, right? An atmosphere harvester, an oxygen harvester. And these are refiners. Oh, quick transfer. We'll find the rest of that then. Why is there tritium in here? Oh, I think that was too much last time, right? I think I have a nutrient processor in my in my freighter. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Now it annoys me that these scroll bars are here, even though they're not needed currently. Oh, also, they just look so bad. That's my main issue with them. If they didn't look that bad, then I wouldn't have a problem with the scroll bars being shown, but they look absolutely horrible. Um, well, whatever though. Let's put the, wait, is the creature running after me now? Did it shit? What? Can I pick that up? Oh, that is actually Thesium. How the... Yeah, that's not annoying at all. Move, damn it! Search dung sample. Thesium. Great! Cool. Whatever. Okay, not entirely sure what the point of that is, but guess I'll keep it in mind. Let's keep the creature pellets. I think the fact that they may calm angry creatures could be quite helpful on some planets. I wonder though, so can you actually build something akin to a farm then? Is there a way to quote-unquote cage these creatures or put them into like a pasture? Because that would be cool. If I could just take, I don't know, 20 of these little ones and put them in like a giant field and just collect their milk from time to time. Well, I guess it also depends on how, what's the word? How profitable that actually is, right? Because if I can get like 10 times the amount of value from one Gravitino ball or something, then the whole animal thing feels a bit too complicated. That being said, though, it might depend on the animal and what they give you. Let's see. What was it that I wanted to do? Shouldn't it also show... Wait, didn't... Oh yeah, it shows the mission, I was gonna say. Shouldn't it show the mission that I'm on? So that's what I did last time, right? I think I attacked some sort of outpost. My preparations are almost complete. Soon I will purge myself of my old life, my old attachments, to commit fully to what I must become. But even if I will remember nothing, I must know. I must know, Traveler. Have you retrieved the transmission? They are frenzied at my approach, excited. Whatever this transmission might contain, whatever system it has been sent from, it would seem to matter a great deal to the Viking. Why can you, like, doesn't this just not continue the mission? Why is there even a choice here? The technician tells me they are going to clean their mind to prepare for their holy task. Before they remove all other thoughts, they wish to know what happened to their family. I must know, Traveler. Tell me what my consort said. Tell me of my spawn, please. I have waited so long. The technician was expecting to intercept a message from their consort and spawn, but instead I discovered that their family had been killed, murdered by other Viking in retaliation for their heresy. Oh, right. Now I remember, last time, that was a pretty fucked up message that we got, right? In that one outpost. As they stand before me, expectant, nervous, I do not know whether to tell the truth. Yeah, tell them. I mean, what's the point of lying to them? They'll find out eventually. Because otherwise they'll probably start looking for them. Leave me, Traveler. Why can prepare for death our whole lives, but this, who I am now, will die with them, lost in the obliteration of time and memory. Thank you, friend, for what you have done. When next we speak, I will be reborn. Okay. Is that just a figure of speech, or is he actually going to be reborn? Oh, by the way, I think they fixed the performance again on PS5, because now it's a pretty solid 60 again, 60 frames. And when I played shortly after the 4.0 update, the performance felt pretty bad. So I think they actually updated that again. It definitely doesn't run in 4K, by the way. some sort of dynamic resolution probably, but that's fine. I mean, kind of adds to the atmosphere, actually. I am reborn without attachment. I can focus now. Focus on what I must do. Yeah, I think he's more talking, I guess, figuratively, in terms of, alright, he's now sort of mentally severed the connection to his family, and that's what he calls being reborn. You will require a mining beam in the days to come. Construct one, and I will craft you a nomad exocraft befitting an acolyte of Null. Their face is different. Beneath the eyes, beneath the soul. They have changed irrevocably. But once they would insult me with meaningless threats, now they speak only of a singular purpose. But once they would be capable of happiness or grief, now they only care about their cult, about their supposed purpose. Really? That's not what I got from that, but alright. The technician asks me to build an exocraft mining laser, promising to craft me the blueprint for a new exocraft, the Nomad. Alright? The world would change. It must. It has to, Traveler. Or else all of this everything we've done, it will have been for nothing at all. I still think that these missions, I also mentioned that last time, is, I don't know, I think sort of the connection, like, it's a great idea to make these sort of both quote-unquote tutorial missions that introduce you to certain aspects of the game, right, like plant harvesting and the exocraft and whatnot. That's actually pretty well done. But they sort of try to introduce this weird hybrid of a personal story that also, I guess, is supposed to show you a little bit about how these different life forms work, right? What makes them special compared to the other ones. But you just, first of all, you don't have enough information really to give context to what they're saying. So I think a lot of the sort of more intricate details about what these races represent and what they've done in the past to each other and what their sort of overall existence in this universe entails. A lot of that is sort of going over my head just because I don't really know that much about them yet. So I feel like they're trying way too much at once with these missions. I think it would be better to sort of give you maybe alongside the actual purpose of these missions, which again is to give you these blueprints and introduce you to technologies and features of the game, right? Alongside that, they could have done some sort of general base introduction to these races, and maybe that could later fork into actual missions that are solely sort of explorations about these. What the fuck is that shadow from? Oh. Wait, was that from like a cloud or a planet or something? Anyways, that could then fork off into more actual information about the races and about you discovering what they're doing within the universe, right? But instead it's really just this, again, it's doing too much, or trying to do too much, to the point where I can't really care about them, because they're doing, like, it always seems like we are actually sort of helping them with life-altering revelations and things like that, and also severing their connection to their race, and you know, all these really, really fundamental changes to their lives, and it just doesn't really work, right? It doesn't really feel real. They don't feel like real people. They feel like this tutorial agent that is trying to, I guess, tell you about what their race is supposed to be. And it's not a bad thing, right? I'm not saying that this is, like, bad per se, because at the end of the day, I think they're still cool in terms of what the missions do for you and what they unlock and whatnot. But instead of having these supposed profound revelations and over-the-top, you know, life-changing discoveries in there, it would have been way, way better if these were just really some basic introductions to the races, right? Just give me little bits and pieces of information about what are these races, where did they originally come from, what are their sort of struggles, what are they currently trying to do, right? And also make it a lot less, like maybe hint at certain possible complications or possible, you know, I guess wars that they're fighting or have fought amongst each other, but don't actually tell you yet, right? I feel like they try to convey way too much with these missions. And I think, were you to look at sort of the dialogue tree for one of these missions and actually just sort of on a piece of paper go through that, it would seem almost like insane ramblings or something, right? That makes sense when you sit there and properly think about them and give them context from the rest of the game, but ultimately don't really make sense as something a person would say, right? And so, I don't know, I really can't care that much about the way these have been written, unfortunately. Also, it's just quite, how to put it? It's quite unnatural how they're constantly sort of shifting between, oh, have you built the mining laser? Oh, cool. Like, if you're a new piece of technology, here you go, install that. And then he immediately switches to, oh, yeah, by the way, my family got murdered, and now I'm grieving, and, right? It just doesn't fit at all. So I wish that they would have, like, done these basic missions and basic introductions and tutorials, and then afterwards they could have then introduced you to missions that were purely about either that said entity, right, that particular alien in your base, and make it a more personal story, or, which I would prefer, honestly, because all of these aliens are pretty generic, like in the game, not generic aliens, but in the game, all of the Viking look exactly like this, right? There isn't, like, they're not unique enough individually to really, I guess, sympathize or empathize with the particular one that's in your base, right? So, yeah, that would only work. I think a sort of more personal story would only work if you actually had a choice with these, right? So, if you, I get the way you get introduced to these is that the game just tells you, or like when you do the base building missions, the game at some point just tells you, oh, hire an overseer, right? Hire an exocraft technician. And it will always just or not randomly, but it'll always just point you to the same point on any given space station, and it'll always have, quote unquote, the same person there, right? There is no personality that you yourself choose. It's not like you can go up to any Viking that you see and say, oh, that one looks funny, or that one has cool armor compared to the other ones, and so I'm going to choose them and make them sort of more personalized. Or alternatively, if you could actually personalize these guys, then it would be a different story, right? If you could make them sort of your personalized, partner on or in your base, then a more personal story could also work because you would get attached to these. But he just looks like any generic one of these guys, and you meet hundreds of them, over the course of your journey on the space station. So it feels very, very difficult to actually, get a connection going here, which is why I said it probably would have been a better idea to not really incorporate personal elements in these stories, but rather just tell you and possibly show you as well. That would also be pretty cool if they, for example, would lead you to outposts that are specifically built by these races, and we do have them, right? I mean, there exist these ruins that you can go to that'll teach you, for example, words about these alien races. It would be pretty cool as I said, right, make sort of a basic introduction to the races, just sort of basically telling you, oh, these are the Viking, right? Their race is typically known for being fairly aggressive, conquering the universe and whatnot, but they recently stopped doing that or something along those lines, right? And sort of drip feed those pieces of information alongside the tutorial. And then once that's done, you can do, how many ever you want. Like, I don't really, you know, I don't think it necessarily matters how many missions there would be. It could literally just be one or two missions that would then give you sort of a deeper insight of what these alien races are and would potentially lead you to multiple of their ruins in order to, get you to explore that and give you more in-depth information about what they're about and why possibly there have been weird sort of behavioral things that you've noticed about the people at your base, right? Where they maybe had problems either communicating with each other or communicating to you, and then you could learn, oh, hey, that's what that's about, right? And then, well, one other minor thing that I also don't really like about these is that they contradict others, like directly contradict other systems in the game. So the fact that you have to learn their languages, for example, seems completely pointless when the guys that you actually hire for your base, you can just talk to, right? Like for some reason you just understand them. I guess the intent here, or the sort of, I guess what they're, because all the ones that you hire for your base have quote unquote sort of severed the connection to their race, to their community, I guess the intended meaning would be that maybe because of that they also potentially learned your language or something, right? Like maybe that is why this is supposed to work, but it's not really immersive at all because it directly contradicts another thing that you're doing within the game, right? So that would have also been quite interesting if they had incorporated that into the tutorials, right? So maybe alongside, I mean, to be honest, the whole learning a language system in the game now feels like a relic from the past, which is unfortunately sometimes the case with No Man's Sky. With all the great features that they've implemented over the years, it very much feels like there is still sort of some lingering things that they originally, when the game originally came out, wanted to do more with, but never had the chance to, right? And sort of this language learning system still exists within the game, but doesn't seem to have any sort of purpose. At least up until now, I've not really seen it interact with anything, right? I mean, sure, you can understand what these people are saying to you more compared to when you start out in the game, but it doesn't actually do anything because the dialogue choices that you can actually do never really interact with that, right? There's never anything that where you would have to understand what they're saying. And so I think had they overhauled that language system a little bit and maybe incorporated it into the tutorial, right, in a way where maybe now you have to understand their language first, then you can hire them, and then they'll tell you about their about their history and what their race is about. I think that could work quite well. That being said, though, it should only be a sort of basic introduction to them, right? So you shouldn't learn their entire language just like that, and then it's done. But it would be cool if you would learn sort of some basic words, and with those basic words, that would also make it a lot more immersive, right? If it felt like, oh, you hire these guys, and then they're specifically talking to you in very basic words so that you can actually understand them, right? But every random alien of their race that you meet on a space station or something, you still can't understand because they don't bother to talk in their basic words to you, right? And over the course of the game, you'll then learn to understand them better. And honestly, they could then also incorporate the language system into these missions, right? So maybe after every mission, you also, on top of everything else, learn, I don't know, 5 to 10 words, maybe even the words that connect back. So For example, how cool would it be if the Viking technician would teach me technical words of his language, right? And then also the whole, like, imagine then if you could choose what race you actually employ, right? Again, sort of comes back to, I get that that's difficult to do, right? If they would introduce the option to hire different races and potentially have different interactions on your base and different missions depending on the races you hired. So, for example, if you hire all the same race, maybe they're more connected to their race, right? And they, I guess, stay closer to how they usually act. But if you hire all different races, then they'll realize, oh, there is more to the universe, and we shouldn't, we probably should think more about actually embracing the cultures of other races as well, right? I mean, you could do a lot with that. I'm not saying that they necessarily would have to do that, and I realize that they would have to write a lot of different dialogue for, potentially not many people to see it, and or for people to skip over it because they're just tutorials. So I don't necessarily think they should do it like overly complicated, but still, right? There's a lot of potential here with already existing systems that currently in the game don't really seem to have much purpose. So it's a bit, I don't think that what the game currently does is bad at all. I think you can just go through these and enjoy the missions for what they are, and that's completely fine, right? And the game has more than enough stuff to do to the point where it really doesn't matter how these missions are done. Like, it's not a big deal. But they also have a lot of potential still. And so, it's once again one of these weird cases where had they done less, right? If the whole language system simply wasn't in the game, nobody would actually miss it, right? It doesn't need to be here. But now that it is, it would be cool if they actually did something with it. Same for these missions, right? It would be completely fine to have these missions just be your generic tutorial, right? That really just teaches you about how these blueprints are acquired and whatnot, without having anything attached to them in terms of what these alien races are. Would be completely fine, but they decided to also have on top of that a sort of story going on. And sadly, that doesn't really work because, it would need more then, right? So that's what I think is a little bit problematic here, is that they did more than they had to, but by doing that, they also opened themselves up for a lot of both potential, but also, problems in terms of the writing and the not really, the player possibly not really caring about these because it still feels like a kind of generic tutorial. Anyway, let's talk to him again. Nomad Geobay, an underground secure parking facility for the Nomad light exocraft. Okay. Excellent work. Your exocraft mining laser should be powerful enough to extract even magnetized ferrite from this planet. Witness the art of the mech priest that I can create such marvels. This universe is a mystery traveler. Lives are spent in solving it. We shall do our part. The technician needs me to gather magnetized ferrite, a hyperdense mineral that must be refined. My life will be made easier with the exocraft mining laser, able to harvest pure ferrite from large deposits. The technician will use this to craft an upgrade for my exocraft radar. They say the Viking first rose to the stars in ships crafted from pure magnetized ferrite. Who knows what we will accomplish? Okay. So I don't fully understand. Nomad Jubei. Underground secure the Nomad light exocraft. Wait, is this thing flying or what is it? Looks like a drone, honestly, doesn't it? So is this supposed to be something for possibly sort of I don't know if I should build all these. I already feel that because my base is sort of this weirdly basic structure, I really need to find a new planet to build a base on. The thing is just I want to find a good one, right? Oh, do I have enough magnetized? Oh, yeah. I have enough in my inventory already. Cool. Have you brought the magnetized ferrite? The signals are out there, I know they are. All you need is a signal booster capable of detecting them. Yeah. Give the technician the ferrite they requested. As they work with it, I examine their station. It is barren now, lacking the flaws, the personality of the previous equipment. I cannot help but miss the way they were before, for all this newfound efficiency and focus. The flaw of their individuality forever gone, drowned within their great purpose. Yeah, see, this sort of illustrates my point, right? These dialogue lines seem crazy profound, right? And this life-altering thing for them, but because it's so fast and it's literally just one dialogue box, it just doesn't feel real, right? It feels like, oh yeah, okay, game, you're telling me this, but right? Also, another thing is that, and that that is a problem, obviously, that Hello Games have sort of created for themselves, but I don't want to. Let's ignore the price point. $60 was and is still too much for this game, right? It's not a AAA full price game, and never was. But anyway, let's ignore that and just look at this. Originally, when the game released, I thought it had a certain charm to it, and I think the original intent was that while you were going through the universe, they were giving you these, like, it was supposed to be a little bit more, I guess, theater of the mind, right? So you were finding all these bits and pieces and cool looking structures, but compared to other games, right? Compared to, let's say, the Bethesda games, or also The Witcher 3 or something, right? Your typical sort of big RPGs and what have you. If you go on a mission to actually find something, right? It'll usually be like actually there, right? If we're talking about, let's say in The Witcher 3, you're on a mission to find out if a vampire has attacked a town, right? Then you go there and you actually find like claw marks on a broken down hut or something that'll point you in the direction of, and maybe you'll find a dead body on the ground, right? So these sort of clues are actually there for you to look at. Whereas when No Man's Sky originally released, it seemed like they wanted more to sort of spark your imagination, right? The game was providing sort of the general environment for you to live in, but whenever it came to actual interactions with objects or stuff like that, it never actually showed that in game. It just popped up with a dialogue box and said, oh, right, this is happening. This is what you see, right? And it was pretty cool because I thought it was a really, really cool, like it was this odd but somewhat satisfying combination of sort of the exploration space game while also feeling strangely like a text-based RPG of the 80s, right? Not that I've ever really played one of those, but to make my point, I think that's kind of what it felt like, right? A sort of text-based RPG, or maybe even sort of a split-up book or something that you were reading. And I thought that was really well done. Like, the initial idea was pretty cool, and it actually, that was one of my favorite parts when the game originally released. The problem is, though, over the years, with all of these upgrades that they've done, and if you look at the crazy amount of stuff that you can put into your base, for example, right? You can literally put posters on your wall. You can put plans into your house, right? And there are like 10 different wall types and what have you. Yet this, right? Where it's saying, suddenly their workspace looks different, isn't visually represented in the game at all. Instead, it's a text box that's telling you, right? And again, sort of the same thing. It's kind of a remnant of what the game originally was, and it feels out of place in what it has become, right? It feels like this is sort of a relic of, what the game was a couple of years ago. and it's not really embraced what it can now do. And again, I realize that by actually visually representing what they're telling you here, obviously that's way more work. I get that, right? But they didn't have to put this in here. That's my point, right? It could have literally just been a straight up tutorial, but they chose to put this in here. So why then not also embrace what the game has become and actually show this to you instead of telling you in a text box, right? It just, man. And I know that I'm already starting to criticize the game a whole bunch, but that's truly coming from a place of love for the game. I think it's absolutely incredible what they've done over the years. It's just that, you know, they could do way, way more with this than what is already there. And that's sort of... I get that it's hard, right? I get that that would require a lot of development time, and that's fair, right? I completely understand that it's not here, but the potential is there, right? And I just wish that that had been realized. Whatever. Let's radar amplifier. Chromatic metal, I don't think I would probably have to, let's see, ion battery microprocessor, probably have to refine more chromatic metal. Take the signal boost upgraded. When it's constructed, I have something else for you, compensation for your work. I've been analyzing your exocraft telemetry, you see. It seems that my previous incarnation did not even provide you with the most basic and exocraft weapon upgrades. Forgive the Viking that I was acolyte. It is not polite to withhold firepower. The technician requires me to craft an upgrade to my signal booster, promising me a prison. Okay. Your technology multiplies. Soon your exocraft will be the envy of all you encounter. Go, traveler, build your upgrades, and will continue my great work. Alright, while we're here though, what did I actually collect last time I was here? Let's quickly put this in my exosuit. It doesn't really make sense to be here, I think. I might require chromatic metal though. Let's see, what do we even have? Boost module. So this is the basic engine. And that's a boost. Alright. Boost tank size and fuel usage. That's the radar, that's a cannon, and the mining laser. Why can I already craft so many technologies, by the way? Entirely prevents all damage or energy drain while inside an exocraft in scorched environments. Structure keeping... Okay. I didn't realize you would need these. What would happen if you were in a big firestorm in your exocraft? I guess compared to the ship, it wouldn't fully protect you? This is the upgrade he just gave me, right? Scan plus 100%. Why do I have this then? There are a couple of upgrades that I can already craft. Let's put that here though. 2 microprocessors, 2 ion batteries, 100 chromatic metal. Do I still have chromatic metal? I think I'm actually running low on... Let's put this away for the time being. I think I'm actually running low on copper. At least to an extent. May need to get more. I mean, in theory, cadmium can also be refined into chromatic metal, but I don't want to get rid of my cadmium if I can help it, because I might require that at some other point. Condensed carbon. Sodium nitrate. Why is that still in my inventory, by the way? I probably should have looked at what I need to craft the microprocessors and whatnot. And oh, that also requires chromatic metal and carbon tubes. So let's craft 2 of these. I need more carbon. So I need a bunch chromatic metal. By the way, is there still some... Why is it opening my exocraft? Is there still something in my refiner? No. Alright. Cool. Chromatic metal. Refiner. Let's put that in here. Put the copper in here. I wonder if you can add something that'll potentially give you a higher output or something. Why is it opening my exocraft every time now? Is there a way to prevent that? Yeah, I definitely... Holy shit, I definitely need a lot more copper then. As soon as I get the chance. Okay, and then I also need... What was the other thing? Iron battery? Wait, was it? Yeah, 2 iron batteries. Which means I need my cobalt again. At least I have more than enough ferrite dust. Actually, way too much. Cobalt. Probably shouldn't have put that away, but whatever. Don't I need the iron batteries anyways? Let's just craft a bunch. See, so I wish there was a way to keep track of the stuff that you still need to collect more of. So now I'm using up a bunch of cobalt, right? So I wish there was a way for me to pin that somewhere that, oh, you know, next time you're on a planet with cobalt, collect cobalt. It's quite annoying that you can't really do that. I mean, I could write that down, right? I could go into my, I think I did that at some point. We still need a walker. I never crafted a conflict scanner, did I? I just don't know if I should write that down. I don't know, that feels like... Feels somewhat annoying, honestly, to have to write that down manually. And also, because I have to then keep the list open, I suppose. Let's try this. Can I? No, that does not work. Oh, it does. Never mind. say No Man's Sky. It's also maybe... Let's see, does that make sense? Possibly. Just need to find a good way to structure this stuff on my second screen. Does it actually make sense to do this, or... This one I can probably get rid of. How does this make sense? Does it make sense? Yeah. Let's go with this. I just need to find a name for this to make sense to me, so that I, properly remember what I actually want to do here. Let's just maybe say collect materials. Just make a list of everything that I need. So I want to have more cobalt, if I'm using a bunch of that now. And what was the other one? Copper, right? Can I sort this by... No. That's fine though. Could I move this upward? Yeah. Let's maybe keep it like that for the time being. Just so that I have a mental note of what I want to collect as soon as I get the chance to, right? Because I kind of thought that maybe I would be able... then again... Wait, I thought... Didn't I turn in a bunch of magnetized ferrite earlier? Did I have that much? Oh, well, whatever. Refined chromatic metal. So I have the... Wait, I can already put that in, right? Let's see, install technology. Put those in. I still need the... Yeah, I still need more chromatic metal for the microprocessors, actually. Let's put that in here. Oh boy, I definitely need way more copper. Okay. That's that done. Now I need to wait for the rest of the chromatic metal. Let me quickly check on something, by the way, that I just remembered. At one point I installed... I think my PC just crashed. That doesn't look good. Why did it do that? Anyways, it did indeed. Let me land for a second here so that I can deal with that real quick. Somewhere around here, at one point I installed like an automatic mining tool. Don't fully remember where that was though. Right here maybe? No. Pretty sure that it was around here somewhere. Now I wonder if it still exists or it maybe got lost to the ether. I thought I put it down here somewhere. Pretty sure that it was sort of on the opposite beach of my base. I think I just tried that. I mean, I could literally just land here, right, and look for it. That's a bad spot to land, though. Let's try landing here real quick. And then I need to grab... Oh, that's really, really strange. I hope whatever I did to my PC is not bad. Well, whatever. Let's leave it as is for the time being. I don't want to sit here rummaging around forums for this type of bug, but it does seem as if I will have to look into this more deeply, to be honest, sadly. It's always great when such a problem occurs with your device, whatever it is, right? And you Google it, and sort of one of the first messages you find is, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's a hardware error. Replace your thing." Great, that's what you want to hear. Anyway, so let's get back into the game. Let's see. There might maybe wait. What kind of planet am I on, anyways? Why is it? I hate that. Why is it opening the exocraft? It's not even near me. Oh well. Oh, never mind. I wanted to look into, because I don't remember. Sodium, mortite. We do have copper on this planet. I think it was actually close to one such thing. Yeah, so I definitely placed sort of an automatic mining tool here at some point. I think I flew by a copper deposit, didn't I? Isn't there one really, really close? Still there. I'm pretty sure that I, wait, I can just take my ship. Pretty sure that I placed down an automatic mining system here somewhere. It should have been... I'm also pretty sure that I placed it somewhere where I could look over to my base, because I didn't want to place it too far away. But... well, it's definitely not here. I don't remember whether or not I placed it on top of copper, though. Or if it was something else. Because I thought that it potentially was here, but wouldn't I be able... Ah, there it is. There it is. It just didn't spawn in. Well, that's fair. I found it. Autonomous mining unit. Sodium. Wait, I didn't charge it? Oh my god. I also need carbon. I just realized. A whole lot of it. I thought I had charged it last time I was here. Maybe it didn't really count it for some reason. Oops. Mining beam. That should be carbon, right? Well, now I'm pretty far away from my other copper deposit, though. Wasn't there another one nearby? Ore died. Copper. I thought there was one, like, right next to this thing. Well, I guess I can just fly over again, right? It's not a big deal. I mean, carbon is something that you need a lot of in general, right? So I think it might be a good idea to just get some stacks here if I'm already here. It would really be cool, though. I mean, you have all this space on your hub, right? On your HUD. Which is why, I mean, they already have the ability to pin things, right? If you're working on something specific, you can actually pin the recipe. But I wish you could do that for multiple things, right? I mean, the way the game is structured, it would really make sense, in my opinion, to have almost an MMO quest list style thing, right? I mean, obviously make it so that you can turn it off. I mean, that would be good, but yeah. Okay. I guess it's opening up the extracraft menu because I mean, this should be enough for now, right? Can I? Let's see. Okay, so if I do this, do I have to? Would be cool if that would be a shortcut for that. Whatever. Let's see. That's the carbon dealt with. Let's fly back to the copper deposit that I wanted to get to. And this mining thing... So it is mining. The reason why I wanted to try it, though... Well, first of all, it sucks that you have to manually refuel it. I don't know if there's a way to get around that. But then, I also don't know if it can produce infinite resources. Because the way it looks, I'm honestly not quite sure. It would be cool if it can do that, but yeah. I don't know. Because, like, it wouldn't really make that much sense if it can. because obviously these resources are kind of supposed to be finite in a way. At the same time, though, I guess they're abundant enough throughout the universe. Oh, okay, that was a bad landing. Whatever. I guess they're abundant enough throughout the universe to not really make it matter all that much. Like, it wouldn't be a big deal if you can actually mine them indefinitely. But yeah, there would have to be a way to completely automate that process to actually make it worthwhile, right? If I have to return... Because, like, that had already depleted, what, like 15%? It basically depleted, I think, 1% of its fuel for every one piece of resource mined. So, yeah, it wouldn't really help that much. Like, okay, so this already has been, what? 220 copper. Had I placed the automated mining tool on top of this, you know, I would have had to fly over and refuel it twice already. So, yeah. I wish the game would also be quite a bit clearer on that, right? It's sometimes quite hard to tell whether or not these things actually are automated or are not automated, especially because you can autonomously power your base, essentially, because you can obviously install what's it called? You can install the solar panels. Why is this? Okay, that was weird. You can install the solar panels, and that way you, in theory, have infinite energy, yet for some awkward reason you still have to refuel some things in your base. Like it doesn't really make sense, right? You have the refiners that seemingly work without any power source whatsoever, which is strange in and of itself, right? The small refiner requires fuel to work, yet the large one does not at all. That's a very, very strange design choice. And then the rest of the stuff, is literally just, some of it needs solar power, right? So stuff like the teleporter, for example, needs power. Yet it also functions when it doesn't have power, but only to teleport here, not to teleport away. So that in and of itself is strange. And then you have other devices, like these harvesters, for example, where it would make a lot of sense if you could, like, just connect this to the solar panels, right? I don't really get why you have to refuel this, but why can I not just connect this via cables? Unless that's a thing I just never tried? No. Can't. They don't have a connection point for cables. Because that would make sense, in my mind at least, right? If you had the option to either put fuel into them, or alternatively, you can connect them to solar panels and whatnot, and they would work either way. But nope, doesn't work. And I don't get what the point of these is. Like, why would I want to convert? That just seems way too much hassle for something that I can simply collect, right? I mean, I can just... Oxygen is quite easy to collect if you're actually looking for it. So I don't fully get why I would first look for carbon to fuel something that then gives me oxygen. Unless a planet was really starved on oxygen. But even then, it seems like it would be easier to just fly over to another planet, collect a bunch of oxygen, right? Collect like 1,000 stack. And never bother with these? And the same goes for the large refinery. I mean, these are actually things or blueprints that take at least a little bit of time to acquire, right? They're not immediately available. So wouldn't it make sense if these would only work in a base with power, and the only thing that works remotely is the thing that you can put into the thing that I can put into my exosuit, right? This one does require power as well. And that makes sense in my mind, right? But why don't these require solar power or something? You know, when you're powering your base. It's another one of these things where it kind of shatters your immersion a little bit, right? And also makes the whole... I don't know, I mean, wouldn't this be really awesome if you could build, like, these harvesters on multiple planets with different atmospheres, for example, and they could give you different resources, and they would then have to be powered by solar panels or something. And then I could teleport to different bases, and they all harvest some other material that is available in that atmosphere. But in order to actually make that work, I would then have to... I would have to go through and actually build bases and put these on different planets and whatnot. Like, it would be a pretty involved process, but if you would then be rewarded with a basically infinite source of that given material, I mean, much like the plant things work, right? I mean, these things, the plant stuff, they give you infinite resources. It just takes some time for them to grow, right? And same way these would work, right? I mean, again, maybe there is a way to do that. Maybe there is an upgraded version of that doesn't require fuel or something. It's just kind of strange how the game introduces you to these, because it doesn't feel like they're part of the same system, right? You build them through the building menu, through the what you also build your base with and everything, yet they seem to be part of a completely different system where some of these things don't seem to be connected to base building at all. And then you have things like the portable refiner that very clearly is designed to be what it says, right? Portable. You can take it with you and just place it down anywhere without having to have a base. These things are not portable, though, right? In theory. But in reality, they actually do work like the portable refiner, which is, I don't really understand what they were thinking here in terms of what the purpose was supposed to be. All right, that's done at least. Let's maybe put the cobalt back. I still think that I could, I definitely want to collect more copper again. Let's keep the chromatic metal in my inventory, because you need that from time to time. And maybe refine the rest of the ferrite and the carbon. These stacks. Also, the medium refinery in general just seems quite pointless. I mean, I know that there are also ways to combine things, and I guess obviously the large refinery lets you combine 3 things. So if you were to find those specific, well, not blueprints, but the what's it called? The recipes essentially for specific things, then the large refinery makes sense. But I think I even had the blueprint for the large refinery before I actually acquired the blueprint for the medium one. So that's another strange thing, honestly. The blueprints for your weapon upgrade are ready. Have you improved your scanning equipment? Yes. Gives me blueprints for weapon upgrades, but as they pass them to me, an alert begins to sound on their terminal. Their search is almost complete. A scan has found something. That you chose this world of all worlds to make your home out of infinite possibilities. I did not think it possible, but my scans have uncovered the truth. Null themselves visited this place. Oh, that's convenient. You shall uncover their final words. Use your upgraded exocraft radar to locate this planet's abandoned structures. Bring me the nanite clusters contained within, and I will use them to forge a new acceleration module for the trials ahead. The Viking claims that this Null, the namesake of their cult, once visited my planet. I cannot know if this is true. Walk through worlds of ruin and wonder at these peoples, at their obsession with their past, at the hatred that tore them asunder. I wonder what the future might hold, what secrets might echo out through the hub of creation. The technician requires nanite clusters to initiate their final ritual. They have an exocraft boosters. Exocraft boosters. Okay. Waiting for my return. Tread carefully, traveler. In all abandoning things. Abandoned? This isn't even proper English. Their growth or rot. Take the nanite clusters and leave before something notices your theft. Exocraft cannon module. Oh, he just gave me a module. Alright. Well, funnily enough, I have nanite clusters, so I don't even need to use the scanner he gave me. Okay, what is this? Cannon module. It's an upgrade for the weapon. Damage plus 1%. Cool. Awesome. Have you obtained the nanite clusters? The hour draws late and your exocraft boosters upgrade awaits. Also, these missions require way less traversal, right? A lot of the stuff that he required from me, I was just able to give him straight away because I had the resources ready anyways. Which is also quite strange. You would think that they'd have a lot more missions that would actually require you to use the exocraft. Give nanite clusters. A technician takes the nanite clusters as they hold them. They appear to enter some strange trance. After a moment it is done. There is a strange look behind their eyes. Scout Unxu Eyes informs me that they have taken communion with their ancestors. They know what they need to do. Cool. Traveler, my work is complete. I have overwritten the ley lines, charged the holy data. They have revealed to me a monolith, a tomb for the final prophecy. If you go there before the ley lines close off, you and you alone will uncover the truth behind my species, the mystery for which Nal died. Okay. A monolith. Monolith has been activated. If I reach it quickly enough, I will gain this forbidden knowledge. Oh, for fuck's sake, do I need to fly there? The technicians serve their holy purpose, driven to liberate their own personality in pursuit of this very day. I do not know if their sacrifice will be in vain. That's another strange thing. One of the other missions also required me to go somewhere in like a fast manner, but so the mission required me to do it in like 5 minutes. These are exocraft missions, right? So you'd think that the whole point of the exercise was for me to go there and what's the word? Basically complete the mission within 5 minutes with the exocraft. But as soon as I got into the exocraft, the HUD always tells you the time to arrival, right? If you drive or fly towards something or go, like walk towards something. And it said like 8 minutes. So it was like, what? It was completely pointless. The mission had nothing to do with the exocraft. The solution was for me to just fly there with my spaceship, right? Very, very strange. Exocraft monolith detected. Urgent. Alright. Where the fuck is it though? Okay, over there. It's even stranger than that the symbol for the mission also is a an exocraft, right? See, I don't know whether or not I would have been able to reach this location in 6 minutes with my exocraft, especially considering the mountains and seas and whatnot on this planet. Alright, can I land here without clipping my spaceship into anything? That's another thing that I wish the game would do, is to sort of give you a better HUD to land your spaceship. Oh, I've actually already been here, I guess. Probably for another mission. Which is yet another thing. I find it strange that they don't, like, why don't they just use a, one of these that you haven't visited yet on the planet you're on? It's all a little bit strange. it just feels like multiple different systems, interact with each other here that weren't really supposed to interact in this way, but they kind of like force it in. Again, same problem, right? The game doesn't have to do this. They could design these missions in any sort of other way. They don't need to do these in a way where you have to go to the thing. I don't know. Let's finish the mission first before the time runs out. I approach the monolith. I'm engulfed in its terrible truth. I see its words in the text of 1,000 tongues, in the ephemera of countless stars. Witness, I guess? Know that I heard of the word of the Atlas where Herc had heard nothing. I witness events that occurred millennia before my awakening. I see two Vikings standing before a red glow asking it of the universe. Witness. In their rage, in their impotent jealousy, Herc struck me from the mountain, and I saw the truth of what the monolith had said. That my end would be an awakening, that in this dream nothing should perish. I see a Gek and a Korax waiting side by side before me, and before the vision ends, I see a vision of something I've not seen before, of something that does not belong in this or any place, of hatred, grief, despair, of something that is yet to come. Or so it would be until the coming of the last traveler, so it would be until the destruction of realities. Know this, the final testament of Null. I see the end of time, the end of all things, and in that crimson light there is a figure, its hand held out before eternity. I see all this, and then it is over. The monolith has nothing more to show to me. I leave, shaken by my experience. As I go, I feel something right behind me, breathing, watching. When I turn, it is gone. Okay. Man, these descriptions are really cool. I don't want to go on and on about this, right? But the potential here is really awesome. It's just that they're not really doing much with it. Like, why did this mission specifically have a timer attached to it? Like, that was unnecessary. Remove the timer, but instead make it a random monolith, or not a random, but like at least one that you haven't been to yet, because that just feels kind of strange. And then once again, it seems like it's sort of trying to tell me something super profound, or even potentially something about myself, the future, the past of this universe. Yet it's written in a way where it just feels weirdly unreal, right? To the point where it's just words on a page, right? It doesn't feel like it has actual meaning behind it, because nothing that actually happens in the game really seems to sort of underline what they're trying to show or tell you here. I don't know, there's nothing that really establishes these sort of things. I don't know. And again, I think the main point here is that it's connected to these tutorial exocraft missions. That just doesn't work for me at all, right? Make these separate missions. Make one just a exocraft tutorial, and then afterwards you can give me some cool background story about something, right? Fair enough, do that, but don't put the two together. It's weird, right? It's really, really weird. I mean, they can refer back to it, right? If you've already gone through the tutorial missions and the, you've already gotten your, what's it called? You've already gotten your, exocraft upgrades, right? He can then say, oh, hey, by the way, I taught you how to build and use this upgraded radar, and now you can use that to help me with whatever story we're currently going through, right? That's completely fine, but to intertwine the two just doesn't work at all. I envy you, traveler, to see the words of Null themselves cry. With this discovery, you have vindicated the actions of 1,000 martyrs, traveler. You deserve your reward. You deserve the Colossus, the largest exocraft in my arsenal. Use it and strike terror upon our enemies. The Viking believed that their ancestor Herc received wisdom from a great monolith, initiating a war against the Sentinels and slaying Null the Objector. The monolith, I discovered, proves that this history is a lie. Null was honored with a vision, whilst Herc had been met with only silence, and in their jealousy Herc murdered Null. Yet I am left with questions. I am left thinking of the creature I felt watching me. I am left with dread. The technician offers me the Colossus Geovay schematic. Alright. Pass me a schematic. As they do, their eyes beam with pride and sadness. Cool. Oh, that's the big one. Which is, again, like, what's the point of the small one if there's a big one? I have transmitted Null's testament to my brethren, traveler. What you have learned this day will spread amongst the Viking. It will change our people for the better, Gra. And if violence is required for change, so be it. See, again, like, this seems like it would actually fundamentally change something about the universe and how you interact with the Viking or something, but no, it doesn't. It's just, it gives you some words that don't really have that much meaning in the grand scheme of the game. So why put the words in? As for you, you're not as pathetic as I once believed. You're no longer interloper. You're one of us now until the end of time itself, enthroned in the glory of the Colossus. Okay. Technician waits anxiously to see my Colossus exocraft in its full glory. I watch as they begin to forge an upgrade for my exocraft mining laser, surrounded by schematics and charts. Agree to build the Colossus. It's fine craft. They say Herc and Null wrote one together before their end. Well, fuck, now I have to actually put that somewhere, I guess. Huh. Well, that sucks. Also, in terms of the catalog, right? Collected knowledge. The Ancient Plague. Monolith Visions Language Records. Oh, now you can actually go through and see all the words that I've gotten. I already know a lot of them. Huh. The Viking. Ancient Plague. Is this what he talked to me about? The saga of the Viking. The noble travelers will be spared. Their journey through the cosmos shall not be thwarted. So it is decreed. The will of Herc commands it. The Viking shall honor the judgment and the beliefs of the ancients. The Book of Herc speaks of the rise of the travelers. They shall ascend, delving into the boundless void. The Viking shall not impede their ascent, for the travelers must prevail. So decrees the word of Herc. None hamper the path towards Drindark as the sentinels. They must be destroyed. Their time will be ended. So it has been written, so it shall come to be. This the Vikings swear. Where is this suddenly coming from? What? When did I get this? Monolith visions. I placed my palm on the monolith, then stood back when it melted in response to my touch. Molten rock dripped down the stone, exposing a hollow interior. Inside I saw riches that were beyond belief. I guess these were things that I've done in the past? Crystal eyes? Ancient spirits. A violent end. The hunt. Withered remains. But whatever... That's a Viking, right? My technician? Whatever they told me isn't actually here. For some weird reason. I guess. Holy shit, there's 335 recipes and I know 22? What the fuck? I hate this menu, but the sub menus are pretty cool. Yeah, so, the word of the Atlas. So there's an Atlas language as well. Portal glyphs. No idea what that is. The Journey, Awakenings. So that's the main story basically, right? You can read through. Pretty annoying to scroll through though. It's also lagging out the menu. Great. That's cool. How the fuck is the text lagging out the menu? Oh boy. Sentinel Pillar. Okay, so you can actually go through everything that you found somewhere, but like it somehow still feels like it's lacking something. I mean, this doesn't really help me to understand anything that you just talked about. I don't even know what the ancient plague is. Like, what? And apparently all the races actually interacted with it at some point? Hmm. That is quite strange, honestly. Um, okay, so what does that need then? Colossus GUB. Well, at least I have the iron batteries already. Paraffinium and 5 metal platings. That's really not a lot. Do we still have paraffinium? I do, but not enough. That's a shame. Guess I need to collect more then. Um, these are still in different systems, right? Off-world, and then I think this was also in another system. I should be able to get paraffinium here, though. Pretty sure. Yeah, paraffinium. This has aggressive sentinels, though. Wasn't that was the really beautiful planet, right? I'm pretty sure. Wait, is that even the system I'm in? No, it's not. Why is it not opening the system that I'm in automatically? Oh boy, is it bugged again? I think it is. Yeah, it's not opening up the system I'm in. Oh no, wait, that's just a random thing. I haven't even yeet spaghetti boy. Why is it showing me some random... I haven't visited the system, somebody else has. Discovered by Kate. It's not even, like, showing the person that actually has them... They hide the system. Are these people that have sort of randomly come close to where I am, or maybe it shows me systems that are close to me where people are in, or something? I don't know. Something about that is really, really weird. That's the system I'm currently... Wait, that's my base, right? And that's my, like, where I am currently. What does this mean then? Does this mean that there's currently a person on that planet? Or what is that supposed to tell me? What is this supposed to tell me? Strange. Well, whatever. That's the planet I'm currently on. Fair enough. So that's my system. Yeah, that's where I am. I mean, I could... Why the fuck are there 2 systems with aggressive sentinels here? Ooh. I mean, I can just grab the paraffinium and then go. G-Side 31x8. Can I pin this? Pin. Craft metal plating, craft, find, or purchase iron battery, gather or refine paraffinium. Oh, I completely forgot that you can also refine that. Common ferrite rocks may yield paraffinium after inspection with an analysis visor, can be refined from other terrain elements. Maybe I refined it last time? Let's see, materials and items. Raw materials exotic. Paraffinium. Ah, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Abandoned search. Okay. Local mineral, extract, typically found in large deposits or extracted from common minerals after inspection, typically found in plants with tropical environment. This doesn't actually tell me... wait, how do I... Is there a way for me to look at possible refinements? Recipes. Simple refiner recipes. Yeah. I think this is what I'm looking for. Transmutation that yields platinum. I don't think I've ever refined paraffinium. Should I just try some random stuff? Maybe it'll show me. Let's see. So it said something about maybe it's silicate? Ferrite, ferrite. Maybe it's some sort of silicate-ferrite combination? Let's see. Silicate. What does that refine into? Oh, right. That makes glass. What if I add, like, pure ferrite or something? That doesn't work. Just ferrite, maybe? Ferrite. Okay, it doesn't work either. What if I put ferrite dust and pure ferrite together? Okay. Can I magnetize ferrite? Oh! Wait, that's pure ferrite. Wait. So you can turn it back into the old one. Interesting. Is there a way to get more sort of refinement? Recipes? Let's see. Paraffinium. Maybe that also works backwards? Possibly? Paraffinium. Okay, that turns into ferrite dust. Wait, what? Why can I? That's weird. Can it stop opening my exocraft thing? But didn't it just... Wealth typically found in large deposits. Common ferrite rocks may yield paraffinium. Can be refined from other terrain elements. It seems to suggest that you would be able to somehow combine terrain elements, right? It's just a question of which ones, I guess. So if the paraffinium can be turned back into ferrite dust, how do... I guess somehow I could add something that would make the ferrite dust turn into... Oh, with carbon it can turn into magnetized ferrite right away. Interesting. Wonder what the point of that would be, but... I guess you can sort of just try different combinations here. I already tried the silicate, right? Yeah. So that's not it. I feel like it has to be ferrite dust though, right? If the paraffinium can be refined back into ferrite dust? Oh. That can turn into rusted metal. Interesting. And then you can, in theory, turn the rusted metal back into ferrite? It's pretty funny. Well, this probably won't work, right? Huh. Well, then I guess... Wait, Gravitino balls? Where the hell are they supposed to be? Do I still have Gravitino balls somewhere in my inventory? I just wish there was... Oh yeah, I do. Why did I keep them? I think I might have kept them because I wanted to plant one more and then I kind of forgot about it, I guess. Oh, no, never mind. I just didn't sell them because for some reason my starship isn't close enough to the... Yeah, whatever. Okay. I just wish it would give you a little bit more of a hint as to how you would actually be able to find the refinement processes. I don't know if there's a way in game. See, there is something with these types of games that is always a little bit weird to me, because obviously I could look that up, right? And if I were to look it up, it would be really easy to find the solution. I kind of want to find it myself, but if the game doesn't actually provide any sort of hint as to how you could find it, and it's just, oh, just try random combinations of materials in your refiner until you get it, I don't really consider that to be interesting gameplay or, you know, in any way, shape, or form interesting, what's the word? Like, an interesting way to engage with. Like, it's not an interesting puzzle or something, right? So, I don't know if I should just look it up. Though, that being said, let me look up the refinement of paraffinium. Because if I do that, hopefully, or maybe, from that, maybe I can tell if you're capable of actually finding this stuff. Okay, paraffinium, summary, source. Paraffinium can be refined with the following ingredients. Okay. So there's a lot of ways to refine paraffinium. I actually have a couple of those. Apparently you can do it with pyrite and ferrite dust. Also silver and oxygen would be a way. Star bulb and salt. I think I have way more than I need of those. Hmm. Okay, let's check though. Define the types. Uh, hmm. 'I don't seem to be able to actually find whether or not these types of recipes can be found in game. Let's keep that open real quick and then look for No Man's Sky can refine recipes be found in game. 3 months ago, as far as I know, it's not in game at all. Not seen anything that gave out a recipe. Several websites and apps that have recipes. Okay, see, that's the issue that I have with it. If the solution in game is literally to just randomly try out different combinations of materials until the refiner shows you, oh, hey, you can refine this into this and this, then I feel like that's not a good way to design this. I mean, okay, let me put this another way. The way it's designed is not necessarily bad, right? A game like No Man's Sky, much like I think Minecraft did back in the day when it originally released, right? The way you crafted things in Minecraft, that is actually kind of part of the reason why it became so popular as well, right? It's because people were actually, it was sort of, I guess, a very cool viral marketing strategy because people were talking about it online and sharing recipes and whatnot. More and more people became aware of it, right? Um, I was never really part of that. I did play Minecraft for a bit. I have it on PS4, but I didn't really get into it that much. Also, don't know anybody else who plays it, like in my friend circle and whatnot. So that whole sort of multiplayer aspect of the game never really was something for me. I think it came around a little bit too late, right? Had I been younger when Minecraft released, I think I would have been into it a lot, like a lot. Because it is basically just building Legos, but with infinite possibilities in game, in a way, right? Um, but yeah, I think it just came around too late for me, and that's not, anything about what kind of age you have to be to play Minecraft. I think obviously it can be played by all ages, much like Lego can be built by everybody. Um, but it's just for me in sort of the stage of life that I was in when it released and came out and got traction. I was in a different sort of space at that time, I think, which is why I didn't get into it. And also, it always depends on sort of the type of games that you play. And since I was already preoccupied with other stuff that took a lot of time as well, I just didn't really get into Minecraft that much. What I wanted to say though is that I think I'm not quite positive on that, but I think when Minecraft started out, it was sort of built in the same way that people could share their recipes, right? So there wasn't any way to determine that in game what you could make. Um, so people had to share it online and then learn along the way, which I do think is a pretty cool way of doing it. So I don't necessarily dislike that No Man's Sky is sort of taking the same approach and saying, oh yeah, sure, we do give you, and they have, like, you can actually in game, once you've created it once, you can go back and see, oh, this is what I did, right? So that's pretty cool that it records the things that you've refined. But there is no way in game to actually find that out yourself unless you literally just try out every sort of combination of materials. Which, yeah, that's a little bit much for me personally. I'm not necessarily against these types of things, but especially what we've talked about earlier, right, with the story missions feeling like they don't necessarily have, like they're written in kind of a weird way where they're trying too many things at once, and that's because they kind of feel flat, right, and don't feel like they actually do what they're supposed to do. I kind of wish they would have taken those resources, right, and instead wrote some cool small puzzles or something that hint at how to refine these materials. I feel like that would make way more sense because you don't really interact with the history of the races, right? Yes, it is something that you can find out about, but it's very much that just, oh, well, it's a bunch of text that I can read through, and that's it, right? It's lore, that's cool, but it's not more than that. It's not something you actually interact with in game. It's not something that influences your gameplay experience. And I think things should always do that, right? That should be sort of one of the basic design principles in any form of entertainment, really, is that there should be at least two things going on at any given time, right? If a movie has a certain scene, that scene should at least do two things at once. For example, it could develop a character, right, through, let's say, dialogue, while at the same time giving you information about a location that the character is currently in. And the way you do that can be with anything, really, right? Maybe, I don't know, a random piece of furniture in the room that the character is currently in tells you about the place you're in, or its history, or how long it's been there, right? Sort of these basic things. Because then it gives your mind something else to do, right? It basically uses multiple of your senses in that regard, if you want to look at it that way, right? It's doing multiple things at once. And if you manage to do that essentially every time, then that's definitely one major component to make a story, game, what have you, whatever piece of entertainment you have, make it engaging and interesting. And, you know, it's just sort of a basic rule. Obviously, as with all these types of rules, it can be purposefully broken, right? I mean, for example, Lord of the Rings comes to mind, where there are scenes in the movie where it literally just shows you New Zealand, right? It's basically just New Zealand porn. And it works. Now, granted, it also combines it with outstanding music, which does add a lot to it, right? And arguably, that way it does two things at once. And it also does show you where your characters are going, right? So it also provides sort of context of how arduous the journey to get the ring to Mordor actually is. So you can already see, right, the same principle applies there as well. And that's probably why those scenes actually work. But yeah, coming back to this, same principle applies here, right? If they only show you text that tells you about the history of the world, at that moment in time, you're only reading the lore about the history of the world. And that's bad, right? Or, well, not bad necessarily. The lore can still be pretty interesting. And again, maybe it's done in a way where it's sort of hinting at other things as well, right? So maybe the history of one race is simultaneously hinting at things that you've discovered in the main story or something, right? So in that regard, it can already do two things at once as well. But it's not, at least, you know, sort of in my personal opinion here, it's not really doing that, sadly. And it would be cool, I guess, if the text also hinted at, oh, hey, by the way, this is how you can refine paraffinium. Um, you know, then it would provide the sort of second avenue, right? You might potentially get information about a location or a race or whatnot, but then it would also give you, like, obviously it would have to make sense. So maybe whatever the character in the story that you're currently going through did had, like, forced them to refine paraffinium as well, what have you, whatever, right? I'm just talking about basic examples here. That's not exactly how they should have done it, but just pointing out that, you know, if you had these sort of hints in there that added to the whole process and actually gave you something to then interact with the actual gameplay of the game, that would elevate the whole process a whole lot, right? And it would make it much, much more interesting to do and go through. And sadly, they haven't done that. It's not a big deal, but it is something that I wish they had done. Anyways, though, let's take a look at this. I have a lot of salt. I don't have a lot of pyrite, so that doesn't really make much sense to me. Sulfurine, I don't think I have anything at all. What would be the... I have chlorine. So I think I'm going to go for the salt recipe. Salt and star bulb. I don't currently use star bulb for anything else. And I don't use salt for anything else. Where is it? I don't... Oh, I thought I had more star bulb, though. Oh, well, whatever. But yeah, that does mean that I'm going to be looking up more recipes in the future, though. Also, I'm going to write down paraffinium. Oh, let's actually put that at the top of the list, because I have the least of it. Paraffinium. Let's write that down so that I don't forget that I still need to collect it as soon as I come across it. How does this make sense, by the way? Can be processed in your fire to retain chlorine, which influences the manufacture. I don't know, this feels pretty random, honestly. Maybe I'm missing something, but it only gives me 24, but I think I only need 100, so hopefully that'll be enough. 5 metal platings, though. Ferrite dust, I have more than enough of that. Okay. Cobalt? Wait, why do I need cobalt again? Paraffinium, iron battery. I already have iron batteries. Why is it telling me about cobalt? I have them in my inventory, right? Yeah. Strange. Also, I guess I can install this one. It's another speed upgrade. Boost tank size plus 12%. Alright, cool. Nothing else that I can put in there, right? Nope, it's fine. Exosuit. I guess let's put the salt back. Hopefully, if I now go back to catalog and guide recipes. Oh. Wait, did it also add... I guess you only have to put the stuff into your refiner once, and then it'll automatically unlock the floral titration. It doesn't even say paraffinium, though, if you don't know the symbol. really that helpful. I guess at least it's not really like the menu is pretty cool. Once you actually, I guess you really can just sort of quickly and randomly add certain materials to the refiner, and it'll just automatically add all of it to the recipes in your menu. So that way, it should be somewhat simple to actually. You know what? Let's maybe sell the milk for the time being. Oh yeah, I got rid of all the star bulb, right? Yeah. But yeah, that way, I guess you can fairly quickly add up everything in your inventory, and then from that point forward, it won't be much of a problem anymore. Oh, by the way, the game does autosave constantly now, right? Reload autosave? Yeah, that's a minute ago. Okay, perfect. Okay. Well then, where the fuck do I put it? Should I expand my base to put it down somewhere, or... Oh boy. I really want to build a new base somewhere. If I put it here, would it actually make the ground flat? Like, does it work if I put it down here? Looks a little bit weird, doesn't it? Create, flatten. Can I? I thought that it would have put it, you know, further up or something. It looks awesome though. Holy shit, it does look awesome. Summon. Notification. Details. Holy shit, you can really do a lot to it, huh? Let's not do that yet. I feel like I should probably really change the location of this at some point. Man, I want to build a base on a different planet. Fuck. It's not that I dislike this planet, but it's very, 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 very blue. And the base is becoming kind of a mess very, very fast. Well, how does that work now? Colossus. Can I, like, switch through? Does it already come with a billion different slots pre-installed, I suppose? Okay. Primary exocrine. Okay, so it works like your starships. Okay. That's a little bit not that great. I guess I just need to... Can I not... Come here. Have you constructed the Colossus you may? Have you struck terror into the hearts of all those who oppose you? Yeah. Careful answer. You must strike terror if you are to succeed in Life Traveler. You will subjugate this world with the power of the Colossus. Here is an extra-craft vehicle laser upgrade to assist with the task. Cool. I have almost exhausted the limits of my work, but soon you shall have mastery of this planet's signals and the speed with which you reach any threat. I require only sufficient nanite clusters to build the final blueprints. This employment has been of one glory. More nanite clusters. Cool. Something is wrong. Some time ago, I saw the Viking with an image of their family before they performed some ritual to erase such attachments from their mind. As I approach now, I see that same image. The technician stares at it, blinking for a few moments with an empty expression. When they notice me, they remove the photograph from the display. We do not speak of it again. I do not wish to awaken their pain. They desire only nanite clusters, not my sympathy. What a random piece of information to throw in there. As I said before, be careful in those abandoned buildings, traveler. Do not lose yourself in the hunt. I just need to return to him, though, right? Yeah, I think once I've done these missions, I'm just gonna deconstruct the Colossus Bay. It looks pretty awesome, though. Like, I really, really want to build a proper place on a planet and then use this to, like, ride around on it and whatnot. I also definitely want to know how these things actually work. So if I build... I'm pretty sure that if I build, like, multiple bases on different planets, I can just summon these. Right? As soon as I build one of these... Like, I don't have different versions of them. They're literally the same one. Just like with the storage containers, they move my entire inventory with them every time, right? So that's pretty awesome as well. The Colossus does remind me somewhat of the big submarine in Subnautica, which is really, really cool. I'm definitely looking forward to use it to, like, traverse planets and whatnot. You have the nanite clusters. I do. The technician's hands shake. It is then that I notice the blueprint is already waiting on the technician's terminal. They require these nanoclusters for some alternative purpose. They're desperate for the substance, refusing to hand over the blueprints without them. The Viking takes them greedily, turning to imbibe them. Whatever effect this matter has upon the alien, it appears to calm their movements considerably. Sated, they offer me the blueprints. Cool. Radar power resonator. The nanoclusters. Their purpose is commonly misunderstood. They form the backbone of much technology, but they are not just machines. They can alter hearts, alter minds, even allow us to forget that which we cannot bear. Okay. The technician has a final reward, an acceleration module upgrade for my Nomad exocraft once I have constructed its GUB. Good. Let me know when the Nomad GUB is built, Gra. I cannot wait to witness its glory. Okay. So now I need to build the other one. Why does it require me to construct the Colossus GUB first, and then the small one? Paraffinium. Wait, if I deconstruct the big one, I should get that stuff back, right? Edit place parts. Move, delete. Yeah, got the stuff back. Wait, the Colossus stays here, though? Huh? Sure. I did not expect that. I mean, it makes sense to a degree, but still very much unexpected. Okay. Yeah, this thing flies, right? Or... Oh, I guess it's a hovercraft. Ah. So this would actually be pretty beneficial to get around on this planet, right? I have that correctly? Oh, it actually has a couple of slots as well. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm fairly certain that it would be capable of flying above the water. So I guess it depends on the planet, really, what kind of exocraft you'd like to have. Okay, that is pretty awesome. I have to keep that in mind. Our work is almost concluded, but every end is a beginning. I am too weak to travel as I once did, too tired to continue my pilgrimage. With your leave, I shall remain here to stand by your side against your enemies. Woe betide those who would transgress against us. The technician offers me the final acceleration module upgrade. It has been a pleasure working with you, traveler. Return when you're ready. I have a proposition for you, a lucrative and repeatable venture. Oh. I've detected a location of monetary interest. go, that you may hone your control of the exocraft. Track the signal down before it disappears so that we may siphon its units. Technician has hacked the terminal to siphon its units. If we get to the location fast enough, I will be able to transfer the units to my account. I spent the days doing this now, tending to the exocraft and drawing data from interplanetary networks. Sometimes I see them walking out into the planet itself to explore, but such times are rare. The technician is content with this retirement, engaging in fugitive activity for the pleasure of the chase, no longer for the necessity of survival. It is a game we can repeat, one last heist after one last heist. Not now. I do not know why I bother. Yeah. Boost power plus 16, okay. Is that still a... Yeah, I guess I have to do it at least once. Oh. Let's delete this again. Yeah, now the base looks even more, weird. Okay. Let's put the stuff over here, though. And I think I sold these last time, right? I didn't keep them. Wait, what else did I get back? The paraffinium. Oh, and the battery things. Yeah, I think I sold the meaty chunks last time. Or did I refine them? Wait. Don't remember what they turn into. Oh, nothing. Ah, right. I forgot. You can cook them, I think. That's about it. Okay, it's a bit weird that those two now just stand around here, but they'll eventually disappear once I summon them onto another planet or something. Though, that being said, it might be worth it to deconstruct this thing at some point and actually construct the nomad thing, because that would make way more sense to get around this planet, correct? Ah, well, whatever. Let's put the paraffinium away for now. Oops. Just do this. And do the job. It is very interesting to me, though, that the technician now offers apparently repeatable quests. So, what are you guys doing here? Whereas the other guys don't do that? I feel like it would make sense if all your base guys would do that over time. Data terminal. Have I already been here? I don't think so. At least I have a lot more time to do this. Yeah, let's grab some stuff. Damaged container. Oh. Pick up whatever was in there. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure if I press the, Yeah, looks like I've already been here. Interesting then, these... Apparently these things refill from time to time? Maybe for some reason I just forgot to open them last time. Yeah, that's... Isn't that kind of dumb, though. Like, obviously, if I keep my technician in my base on the same planet, then won't it send me to the exact same location every time? Like, I don't think this will actually change, right? Which is probably also why I'm not getting anything from these things. Yeah, once again, another thing where I feel like they haven't really thought through the way these things would work. Worst interaction, spinning out the writer in its confusion, siphoning funds from an intergalactic transaction directory into my account. Extract. To go, I think to myself how glad I am that my technician can hack these networks. They claim they can do this 1,000 times and not be caught by any authorities. I hope that my fugitive friend is right. Well, I mean, okay, 34k, it's not really that much. I get more for scanning a single creature, so... Well... Oh. Speaking of creatures, I guess I already know those. Yeah, if this is the type of mission they'll give me, then it's kind of pointless, right? Not even in terms of the rewards. Like, if they randomly give out more rewards at any given time, then it might be fine, but if they'll send me to the same locations I've been to already over the course of... I mean, I've literally been to that location, I'm pretty sure, in one of the missions the technician gave me. Which makes the whole thing kind of pointless, right? Because I feel like, at least in that regard, these missions would make sense if they would let you discover more undiscovered structures on your planet. But if they're not doing that, then what exactly is the point? Wait, do I actually have... Ah! It just straight up... Okay. Ends the mission, I guess. Well, that's cool, though. That means that I've done that. Let's see the word. Oh, let's word of flowers. Grant me some small cost. Collect images of the places you visit so that my eyes may follow yours. Oh, so that he does give out new quests as well. I've already taken the liberty of loading the image requirements into your multi-tool. Take care. Take a photo for the overseer. Locate a strange world. Scan planets from space. Okay, so they do from time to time just give out new... missions then? You get the data. I found myself hungry for the details of the world beyond. My current research requires high-level scans of many different planets to be able to assist. Give data. Perfect. Disregard the please take these nanites. Okay, so he gives you nanites from time to time. What about you? I'm presuming you have the planets. Will you help me birth new life? I require considerable plant samples to graft into spice more than I can grow myself. Well, plants I can already see in my mind. Additional flower samples. So, are these like random missions, or is there an end to them? Inspired by actions to craft a multi-tool of bright power, would you please accept my multi-tool? Behold Traveler. Silhouette of Agolos. Okay, so he sometimes just gives me new stuff. It's worse than my current one though, right? Current one has 19 slots, this has 18. With 9 being broken currently. I mean, I can just get it, right? If it's for free anyways. the same one. Okay. I wonder if you can sell this somehow. How do you actually get rid of multi-tools once you acquire them? Oh, for fuck's sake. Did it automatically change over? That's my actual one, right? Yeah. Okay, that's somewhat strange. Additional floral samples. What was it? Mordied, right? Thankfully, I have a bunch of that. Gathered samples, yes. My latest creation has sprouted and has produced the most interesting of seeds. Please take a sample. Rare item found. Fresh Pulchris seeds. Delicate flora, approximately 775 years old. A powerful medicinal herb, this plant could hold the key to developing the cure for the common cold. It should be deposited at a responsible cloning unit immediately. Wait. Nip-nip. This medicinal herb is known for its pungent buds, which are harvested to produce geknip. Nip-nip thrives in dank environments and often grows as a weed, suitable for hydroponic planting indoors, needs a tropical or humid climate before planting outdoors. Okay. Cool. So he just gives you new plant blueprints then. Nip-nip. And the other thing that I got is... Holy shit, that's cool. 580,000 units? But wait, it says something, it should be deposited at a responsible cloning unit immediately. Used for trading, high value. I don't know, does a cloning unit exist? I don't necessarily need the money currently, so... Maybe I should hold on to it? Before I do that though, let me actually go back to the wiki and look for it. Fresh pulp cress seeds. Delicate flora. And delicate flora is a type of artifact. It's one of several types. Is a reward for opening large artifact crates found in ancient ruins, completing missions, completing exploration type additions, breaking upon blah 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 blah. Modifier and value ranges. And there are even more expensive ones. Okay, so it's literally just an interesting sort of thing. It gives you like a description that is, I guess, that adds a bit of flavor to it, if you will. And then you can literally just sell it. Okay, fair enough. I also just remembered that I have this stuff in here still. Hello, can I please access my medium refiner? Thank you. Put that into my suit. And where's the rest of the stuff? Rusted metal. Fine. So will he just give me these missions every time now? Or... more than enough for today, friend, but tomorrow bring new sunlight and new plants to study. Ask which plant is best amused by the absurdity of my question. Okay, so is that like a daily mission then? I guess so. So does he only give this once per day? I've detected another location. Go there to me, hone your control. Purchase exocraft updates. Oh, cool. It doesn't actually sell blueprints, though. It's just direct upgrades. Oh, fair enough. Have these already grown again? Oh, this one has. Okay. But they grow fast. Huh. Wait, if this stuff makes so much money so easily, then why aren't people doing this more? I guess it's easier to get stuff otherwise. Let's sell this then. Oh, for fuck's sake. It automatically put that into my starship, right? Yeah. Okay, what's one gravitino ball worth on this planet? Because, like, wouldn't that make sense to just build sort of a gravitino ball farm? So one is worth about, what, like 50k? 40k, something like that? I mean, it's pretty easy to just build these, right? If you were to build... Wait, how many? 4, 10, 20... Yeah, about, like, 20 or something? Ah, well, I guess a yield of, like, 800,000 probably isn't that much anymore to people. But still, I mean, that's just a passive thing, right? Huh. Let's actually recharge my life support. Oh, guess the rest was living slime or something. Let's put the Mordite back then. Oh, I could have just sold the meat as well. Well, do I want to do that weird photo session then? Is that on a specific planet or on any planet? Let's double check this. The Overseas Tour requires photos of specific worlds. Learn information about planets from space by using the ship scanner. Because I kind of want to continue with other things, actually. Visit remote archive terminal. The base computer is located in an off-world archive. Reach the marked coordinates and investigate. Consult the galaxy map while in space to locate destination. One thing that I was thinking about, right? I have this planet here, which is pretty cool. But it has aggressive sentinels. There is a way to turn off sentinels completely, right? I've already done that in a mission. The problem is, I don't fully remember that. So I'm going to... Let's maybe keep the wiki open and just say, No Man's Sky, disable sentinels. I said not loading. Sentinels will be disabled for other travelers. Oh, they only get disabled for an amount of time? Oh, I thought that was permanent. The mission that I did made it seem like it was permanent. Do I want to look at the wiki? Avoid search. Let's not look at the lore, though. No, it doesn't actually say anything about that. This was shortly after the update, though, what they're writing here. How do you actually find the Sentinel pillars, though? It weirdly enough, nobody actually says how you were supposed to find these things. Well, if it's not permanent, then I guess I won't bother again. Let's see. How to find Sentinel pillar. Extract the components from salvaged glass to find the Sentinel boundary map. From salvaged glass? Okay, alright, so that makes sense then. So you fight them, and the stuff that they drop, they'll eventually just drop the information, essentially. That'll tell you where the Sentinel pillar is, and then you can go there and deactivate them. But apparently that's still not... Wait, let me go back. Disable Sentinels, and then we're only looking for information in the last month. Player card, no, actually. Let's change it to last year. that's just how you avoid them. Sentinel pillars. Sentinel shutdown. Oh, I guess. Okay. So if I were to find the Sentinel pillar, oh, so somebody suggested here that if you find the Sentinel pillar on a given planet, right, and you then, I guess I could build the base right next to it and just deactivate them every time I log back in. That is dumb, though. That is actually pretty dumb. That, especially if it's connected to you logging back in, that seems strange. I mean, this rolls randomly, right? So I'm pretty sure that planets like this have to exist without aggressive sentinels. So I guess I'm still looking for my new home planet then. That's a very, very strange way of doing it, though. I don't fully understand why they wouldn't just let you deactivate sentinels permanently, honestly. I feel like that's not necessarily a good way to do this. Not really sure. Okay, let's just double check the inventory real quick before I fly off, but that seems fine. Yeah, I don't know. The first time I did the mission with the Sentinel Pillar, I thought that it was pretty cool. Why is that? I feel like, as cool as No Man's Sky is, it still has, like, they introduced so many new features, right? But I wish they would just take a second and go back and refine some of the features that already exist. Because I wouldn't mind going on some crazy grindy mission in order to deactivate the Sentinels permanently, right? I mean, let's say I have to find, I don't know, 10 Sentinel pillars on any given planet. So you have to go through 10 waves of them and find another piece of the puzzle every time, and after a while you actually get all of the Sentinel pillars and you deactivate them completely on any given planet forever, right? I don't care if it's insanely grindy, or if whatever, right? But give me the frickin' option. Like, why is that not a thing that you can always do? That is certainly a very, very strange decision. I don't know why they wouldn't make that permanent. Because that, you know, the problem is, even if you were to build your base right next to the Sentinel Pillar, not only is it a hassle every time you log in, but you can also run potentially into the issue of, oh, maybe, you know, they destroy a part of your base, or I don't know if that's even possible. But just imagine, right? You're logging in, you're strolling over to the Sentinel Pillar, and while you're doing that, they randomly hit, I don't know, a part of your exosuit, and now you have to repair it again, right? Something like that would be pretty boring and tedious and annoying. So, yeah, I don't know why it's a thing, honestly. Anyways, I guess that does mean, though, that I'll still have to keep a lookout for a really, really cool planet. Let's finally go to space and actually check out where these other missions take me then. At least I did get through all the technicians missions today, so I think that's pretty awesome. Okay, let's double check then. Galaxy map. current location. Where does it want me to go? To this system, right? Which I haven't been to yet. Beach this bro. Wait, I think I have. Have I? Visited. Oh yeah, it literally says visited. That's where the archive data is. Oh, fuck. Well, now I wish that I wouldn't have to open up... Why can I not open up the freaking galaxy map from my base then? Oh boy. That's another one of these weird things that seems to be awkwardly difficult to do for some reason. Wait, how far away am I? Okay. If I've already visited the system, why doesn't it actually tell me directly in my quest log? So weird to me that the other two exocrafts are still here. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, use the teleporter. So it's in this system. Oh, well, it tells you here. Okay, so I guess if you have a mission objective, you should look at your teleporter first. Oh, I guess that's good to know. Way more tedious than it needs to be, but good to know. Already talked to all of these guys, perfect. Then let's just head off to where they want me to go. Just to make sure, but yeah, I've already been to all the planets here. Actually, I wonder what else I'm gonna get for the base computer. Oh yeah, if I scan this, does it count for the... Or do I have to discover a new one? Alright, let's actually... I guess it requires me to scan a new planet? Yeah, well. Alright. Where is the mission objective? There it is. Corrupt archive data. Oh boy. It also has aggressive signals. Chili Bin X. I wonder if they named it themselves or if the system came up with that name. Is it below the surface somewhere?
Extreme Sentinel Unit.
That looks weird. Oh, never mind. I completely forgot that it's always... it doesn't actually... I forgot that it doesn't actually get you to the... what's it called? The location directly. Kind of surprised that they haven't actually engaged with me yet, but maybe that's because I'm on mission. 200, so it's over there somewhere, right? Well, I guess I can just call my ship back to me, if need be. I guess we're actually talking about this, correct? Well, that guy has seen me. Is this the base I'm looking for? Yes. Oh, hello. Sure. That's a bunch of money. Didn't realize there were gravitino balls here. They would have engaged with me either way because, well... Chart this real quick. Jasmine encampment. Ah, whatever. Don't care about the rusted metal. Funnily enough, you can usually escape them when you're in a building, right? Because they'll, for some reason, not be able to look for you. Which is ironic, since I'm in the building they're supposed to protect. Just wait real quick. They're even scanning the building, right? That's even funnier. Okay, what am I supposed to find here, though? The base computer is located. Reach the marked coordinates and investigate. Wait, investigate what? Oh, hello. Didn't even see that this was here. Some of these... Oh, no, never mind. I already opened them up. Reach the location marked by my base computer. The remote archive terminal hums, awaiting my input. Attempting to read memory at... something. We see the Sentinels swarm across the void, warping in and out of this dimension at the will of some unknown force, depositing the echoes of the dead within the archives. Laylaps does not join the others. It just stares at me, its light still shining unaltered, unabated. It is a comfort to me. Search physical cache. I searched the physical cache attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. Thermal protection module. Okay. Was that it? Extremely powerful. Ooh, nice. Didn't have thermal protection yet. Should I change these ones around? Can I, like, move them? Of course I can't. Let's move this here. And this one. Nope. This one. This one. This one here. And then, so basically just want to swap them around. Yeah, there's the nuclear one, or the nuclear one here, and the thermal one here. Alright. Cool. Does this actually work? This is so strange to me that it doesn't actually outline anything, but... Upgrade for the aeration membrane. I guess an aeration membrane that's not hazard protection? Okay, do I want to collect some other gravitino balls, or... Do I not care about that? Can I even look for them? Is that something? Oh yeah, these things, right? Gravitino balls. Let's actually double check the mission though. Automated archive for okay, yeah, have to interact with the base computer again. Let's get out of here before they attack me. Wait, really? Shit. Oh boy. Yeah. Whatever. That's why I have it, right? In case I need it. Wait, why were they empty though? Strange. And back to the space station. Honestly, it is somewhat strange that it's seemingly very, very easy to build the Gravitino ball thingies, like the plant container things. Because that kind of completely eliminates the need to ever go to an aggressive Sentinel planet to get them, right? It doesn't even need to be an aggressive Sentinel planet, because every planet that has Gravitino balls will automatically activate the Sentinels if you collect them, if I remember correctly, right? So... oh well, whatever. Alright, sell that stuff. Anything else? Oh yeah, I wanted to actually sell the milk. Oh, oops. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go back to my base. Teleporter. My home base is here. Oh, to my island. I wonder how long these space computer missions actually are, because they've been quite extensive so far. Space computer archive. Automated. Archive user unavailable. Possible remote terminus backup available. Oh, more coordinates that I have to get to. Located on offer. Okay. Right, I should probably update that. Let's see. So if I go back to the teleporter, then it should tell me in case I've already visited the system that has the corrupt archive data. Yeah, it does. Perfect. Well, that's easy then. I just guess I'm just gonna fly around to some random planets and gather their data. It is somewhat weird that they require you to do that 2 times in a row, though. Instead of giving you something for it in between. Okay, already talked to these guys. That does make sense. I've already been here at one point. Because I do want to visit new systems as well. I mean, I know that I could always just continue with the main mission, and that would get me to new systems. I find it interesting that for some reason they I would have thought that they were using these systems to potentially give you a reason to go to new planets, right? Wait, what? That was weird. Why wasn't it automatically... I guess I misaligned my hyperdrive slightly? You're assessed. This has copper deposits on it. Might want to look for those. Then to begin search, yeah, no. Let's try to find. Oh, yeah. This is probably where they want me to go, right? I'd imagine. Seems to be the only outpost here. What does Sentinel's unwavering even mean? That's certainly a strange description, I would say. Okay, seems like I've already scanned a bunch of things here. Huh. Myrno encampment. Piece of orb. Why are these things always floating? It feels like they're almost always floating, so that's definitely a bug somewhere.
Temperature levels stabilizing.
Oh. This is the lamp. Oh, this one I can open. Immense carbon, that's the thing I'm supposed to activate. I've reached the location marked by my base computer. The remote archive terminal hums. Read memory data. Found them standing over me as I awoke, their beak chattering, their eyes caught between horror and joy. It was the tallest gag I had ever seen, but the mystery was soon solved. They asked me of the Empire. They wanted to know if the first spawn still spoke their name. In life they had possessed 100 Korvax slaves, you see. They do not remember how they arrived in this place. Their face warms with nanites. They are lonely. I searched the physical cache. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. Starship shield module. Alright. It was sort of an anticlimactic. I don't know, these stories also are pretty disjointed, aren't they? I definitely realize that they're supposed to be, but if they're always like that, then it really does sort of make it quite difficult to engage with it. Like, I'm usually not the type of person that minds if things are, complicated or in some other form difficult to, understand or something. Like, I really, really don't mind that usually, but I don't know, in this case, I just feel like they went overboard too much with that. Like, I don't know. Let's just mine some copper. Do I still have that with me? No, I don't think so. Anyways. Starship defense shielding. Yeah. Well, I can install that once I've mined this. It's actually a pretty small deposit, I think. Somewhat small deposit. I still wish there were upgrades to the mining laser that let you mine these at like, well, not even, it's not the time that it takes to mine these that's so annoying, but rather the fact that you have to make sure you actually get everything, right, and sort of awkwardly have to move around it. Because you can never actually, the problem is that you're sort of always level with the resource, right, because it's the same ground you're standing on. So it's kind of annoying to find all the remaining pieces every time. Okay, how much is that? 500, that's actually quite a lot. There's my ship. Yeah. Say that is somewhat more than what I was expecting. It is very cold. Perfectly timed. Okay. Okay. Once I'm back at base, I will take a look at how much copper I have. I think, you know, for the time being, a stack of 1,000 of the materials that I know of probably isn't the worst idea, right? Let's see. I guess in theory it's also quite fun if you have a certain objective. So if you want to construct a certain piece of technology or something, right? And then you go, oh, now I need this material, and you specifically go out looking for it. That can be pretty fun as well, but having sort of a base amount of resources, especially of the more common stuff, like copper, which again turns into chromatic metal, which is a part of, I think, a lot of recipes. A lot of building stuff as well. That just, you know, makes me think that it makes sense to have a lot of it available without having to constantly look for it. That is something I think that makes more sense with the rarer materials, honestly. Why was that the same symbol? That was weird. Oh. Back to base. Well, I definitely want to start building like bigger bases and whatnot, and actually, you know, try to also come up with ways of farming these materials sort of in a more passive way, maybe. That would be pretty cool. But my original idea was, so far that had worked quite well. Was that I was going to follow the missions, but then at the same time do some, the base computer archives do require you to build a base and whatnot, right? But I always thought that, oh yeah, sure, if I were to find like a really beautiful planet or something, right, I would build a new base there. And I actually did build a base on this one like Atlas planet, like this Blood Moon planet or whatever it was called. Or rather, I think I called the base Blood Moon, right? Because it had, what did it have? It had some, like, resource I had never seen before or something. Which is why I wanted to build a base plus a teleporter there to go back easily. So that was sort of my plan, right? Do these missions, and every time I were to find something interesting, engage with it and come up with my own things and base building and whatnot that I potentially wanted to do. But if these things constantly sort of take you back and forth between places you've already visited, that makes it far less interesting, right? Ah, well. Let's see, archive, possible remote, again? Please don't tell me that this is bugged. Or is this now a quest that just sort of... Wait, did it give me new stuff? No. Base computers, I don't know about that. Is this bugged, or am I doing it wrong? Ah, now it's in a different system. That's my current location. Previous system, it doesn't show up here. Huh. That is somewhat strange though, isn't it? Data is recovered periodically and converted into buildable blueprints. Am I not getting the blueprints, or did I miss the blueprints? Honestly, not entirely sure. I feel like I'm missing something here. Base salvage capsule. Construction recovery. Functional piece of base stores and preserves matter left over after the destruction of the previous base. Okay. Stores and preserves matter left over after the destruction of a previous base. So if I put this down, but if I destroy my base, doesn't it put all the resources into my inventory anyways? Huh. Huh. Okay. Well, I think it is time for us to go to a new system, right? Speak to a Viking cartographer. Find cartographers on board a space station. Let's actually continue with this mission, and in order to do that, I think I will have to visit... Oh no. Kind of tilted. I will have to visit a new system. I'm pretty sure. Previous current. At least it doesn't show any system here. Let's go into my ship. Do I want to take my freighter with me? I haven't really done that much with my freighter at all. I haven't even really visited it again. Maybe I should do that. Where is it anyways? How do I check that? Here, right? It's currently here in that system for some reason. Doesn't it also have like missions and whatnot? Summon freighter. Whoop. Hello. Let's land on a building. Whoa! What the hell was it doing there? What was that? Why did it suddenly turn? I didn't turn. It didn't destroy anything though, did it? Thankfully not. How's my freighter still out of range? It's literally here. Ah. I think it already wanted to, like, dock me, but I wasn't near to the dock, so it sort of didn't really know what to do for some reason. That was strange. Why are you guys landing here? Yeah, it still has my destroyed ships on it. This was far worse than... I mean, this looks cool, but I think it was a lot worse. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it has less cargo slots, right? Compared to my current one. C-class. Well, that's a shame. Upgrading cargo slots in a ship is insanely expensive, isn't it? I do still wish that that you could just toggle between ships in your screen here. Like there should be a toggle somewhere here that'll just let you switch between your ships that you have. I don't know why that's not a thing. I know that you can do this, right? If you summon them, summon. Yeah, you can select another one from here, I think. But you can't do that everywhere. You have to, like, be on a planet's surface, I think, and then they also get summoned in, which is not what I want to do, right? I want to have a just a toggle in my inventory that lets me, like, swap through all the stuff that I own. Where was the here, right? Oh, cool. Completely forgot about that. A couple of frost crystals. I think I'm missing one of my storage containers though, right? Pretty sure. Oh, right. I also completely forgot that I can just harvest carbon here. Galactic Trade Terminal. Specialist Room. Weapons Terminal. Finer. So much stuff to do and build. Debrief Commander. Parashon launched a surprise attack. Mining crew extracted 7,000 tons of biological hybrid material, magno gold, gekne, emerald, superconducting fiber, activated indium, and expedition. No expedition assigned. Alright. Does that go to... Where does it go to? To my freighter. Alright. So I can just sell most of this, right? I'm pretty sure. Crystal sulfide. I don't know if I... Guess a couple of these things... Holy shit, that's worth a lot. A couple of these things would probably be worth to be put in storage. The activated emerald, for example. Why can I not collect the fuck... why is that so difficult? Activated indium. Frost crystal. I just harvested that, right? Oh, wait, I can... I can do it that way. So I can... Okay. Well, fair enough then. I didn't realize that was a thing that I can do. Though I should know about that. It's just that I kind of forgot, I suppose. The rest of the stuff I can actually sell. Trade terminal, sell, freighter inventory. Yeah, the stuff was worth a lot. Oh, right. And the... Wait. Why am I able to access storage compartment C2, though? Oh, because I built it here. I completely forgot that I already built all three of them. Well, cool. That makes sense then. Let's move... Oh yeah, by the way, let's install this on my spaceship real quick. Okay, that's too much. Plus 10, plus that, okay. So let's store this. Can I just sell this? Is there a... Move and stack, quick transfer, install. Value 16, discard. If I discard it, will it give me nanites? No. Okay, so I guess I would have had to sell it? I mean, it's only 16, it's not much, so no harm done, but... Activated emerald, let's put that here. And... deactivated indium can go here as well. Cool. All right. And then where do I do that? Is he the plan and dispatch expeditions? Industrial expedition, combat patrol, balanced. Difficult. So are the longer ones, do the longer ones actually give more resources, I wonder? 19 hours is pretty long. Is there some, wait. Upgrade modules, fleet rating. Can I, how do I look at my fleet? Manage fleet. Fuel requirements. Teleport, wandering compass. Oh, -2 exploration. Okay. So that's a negative thing that they have on them. Okay. Well, whatever. I should definitely recruit more guys, but whatever. Let's assign all 4 to this mission. Assign fuel required. Okay, where the fuck do I get the fuel from, though? Do I know how to craft that? Ah, there it is. Dihydrogen and tritium. Holy fuck. Okay. What did it say? 550 tons for that mission? Oh boy. I guess I have to find a way to get a lot of dihydrogen and tritium then? Oh, this was still frigate fuel as well. Yeah, I don't have more than that. Where did it pull the dihydrogen from anyways? Tritium. Shit. Well, I guess that's really high on my agenda then. Tritium. Where do I get dihydrogen from though? You can collect that as well, I'm pretty sure. I thought I had some in my... Where did I put it? Yeah, okay. That's dihydrogen. Oh, oops. There we go. Dihydrogen. Oh boy. Yeah, if you need this every day, that's a lot actually. I wonder if you can buy that stuff. $550. Wait, I thought... Oh, I have 450, don't I? Yeah, now it works. And I don't have any. Alright. There has to be a way to get more of, like, more dihydrogen and tritium. Because tritium you get from destroying, like, asteroids and stuff, but that honestly feels pretty tedious if you have to do that every time. Unless... Oh, wrong way. I don't think you can buy starship fuel, right? Because, I mean, if you get, like, 200,000 every unstable plasma, well, can't buy any in this system, at least. Let's take another look at the wiki. Starship... Oops. Starship fuel. Starship launch fuel? No. Wait, what? Did I not... What's it called? Frigate fuel, never mind. Frigate fuel. Frigate fuel. Source. Can we build using a blueprint? Dihydrogen, tritium. Well, I'm just looking at the wiki, right? So I don't know if there would actually be a way to get the stuff in a more efficient manner. Because this seems excessive because you can have like 25 frigates, right? Something like that, ridiculous like that. So you can essentially do all 5 missions at once every single day. But that wouldn't be possible if you had to collect, I don't know, 3,000 tritium every time you did it. So there has to be a way to do this more efficiently. Either there is a way to reduce the amount of fuel they need, maybe there are like technology components or something that you can install in your freighter to be able to, for them to use less fuel, that would be one thing. Or there is some way to get more dihydrogen and stuff. I mean, I guess in theory, maybe there's a way to like plant plants or something here that just give you ridiculous amounts of that. Probably. But yeah, this does seem somewhat excessive. I mean, for now, I'm just gonna, I guess, collect more tritium and dihydrogen again, but it is still something... Because it would be incredibly tedious to collect it, right? That's sort of the main thing. It's not that it necessarily takes too much time, but if you have to log in every day and then just collect, like, take 30 minutes or even 15 minutes to just collect tritium and dihydrogen and whatnot, that would be pretty boring, to be completely honest. Anyways, though, let's go from my base system over to where I actually need to go. Does it show where I'm supposed to go? Doesn't it usually show you like a connection to your mission objective? That's strange. Also, what's up with the blue freighter mission? Is that something that I just haven't uncovered yet, or... Oh, I guess, did they change this? Is it not... Why? No, these still show lines. But the current mission doesn't. I think it wants me to go here, though. I don't think... So I can go here, and then I can go here. But this is out of jump range. So let's go here first. Conflict unavailable. Economy research. Sell, buy. Isn't that pretty good economy? Does it say about my current system? No. Current system actually looks better. Huh. Okay. Well, sure. Let's warp to the new system. Winspervel X. Winspervel, well, however you pronounce that, no idea. Okay, what do we have? One of the planets was already discovered by K. Brown at some point. Is that Xbox or Steam? I don't know the symbols. Might be Steam. Unknown moon, unknown planet, and this one was also discovered. Sadly, it doesn't really say when. Maybe I have to scan it first? A bunch of unknown planets. Discovered 3 years ago by A. Jackson. So the person that discovered the system first was actually a different person to the one that actually visited the planets then? That is honestly really, really fun. That is really fun, I think, how that works. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what... I still don't know what this player symbol means, though. Is that literally just telling me that somebody else visited that system at some point? Like, these systems I've only visited myself and, like, looked at the planets myself. How does that work, by the way, if I would, for example, delete the save file? Would it delete the discoveries that I've made? Or would that be something that would still be on the server somewhere? Okay. Well, Can I shoot the asteroids first, though? Ooh, wait, that's platinum? Huh. I guess now I know what that looks like. Is it not automatically collecting the stuff, though? Because it kind of looks like it's just sort of flying off into space. That is somewhat tedious, though. It treats him right, yeah. But that's an asteroid field, right? Yeah. Moist. Silver, gold. Oh shit, I wanted to... Oh yeah, perfect. Do have tritium here as well. Let's just get back to 1,000 or something for the time being. Please don't fly into the literal path I'm currently destroying asteroids in. Yeah, I wish that the big platinum asteroid thing would have also just exploded, right? Instead of making it fairly tedious to collect that stuff. Whoa! Oh. Wait, what? What just happened? Why did it unload and load the stuff new? I don't think that was supposed to happen. But yeah, I feel like there has to be a way to collect these resources more quickly, right? At least the tritium stuff? Because if you literally need 50 per 50 frigate fuel, that will definitely get old fast. Let's see, 600, and these open up to... Yeah, well, at least they give a decent amount. I mean, it's really not difficult to farm it, right? And it can be, I feel like it can be quite a cool way sort of to spend your time. It's definitely very, you know, chilling. It's okay. So I do have this deflector scanner thing, right? And I knew that it was sort of like it wasn't like completely avoiding encounters. Okay. Let's take a look. Should be enough tritium for the time being. Let's get to the space station. Oops. It didn't destroy technology, though. I wonder if I just got lucky there, or if they actually did include some adjustments to that already. Okay, so in theory, though, I don't know, because there is this, like, didn't they introduce supercharged technology with the last update? So I'm not sure if, Cortex rank, okay. Cargo scan reflector. Oh, deploy from the quick menu while the scan is in progress to deflect the probe. Ah. Well, I should try that next time then. Though, then again, fighting ships from time to time is quite fun. I mean, it's actually been a while since I've fought some pirates, so... but if they do start to annoy me, I need to remember how that works. Okay. That being said, there was something else that I wanted to check. What was it? Oh yeah, the supercharged technology, right? Doesn't say anything about that here. I wonder if that's some sort of new mission or something that you have to start somehow. Well, definitely not something that I can click on in the menu currently, so I guess it will probably be something that'll hopefully appear in the future. Let's learn a couple new words then. Are you something... Oh, let's offer a gift. What does that do? Oh, it increases my standing? Well, that's pretty pointless, right? I think the units that you get from it are probably... yeah, I don't know, Cortex symbol. Friendship symbol. Gag symbol. This does take some time every time, right? Wait, at least I should be able to catalog and guide. Collected knowledge. Wait, stories learned? Language records. Yeah, so this does show you how many you've already learned, correct? So at some point I think I should be able to learn all of them. Like, it doesn't actually take too long to learn, I feel like. At least not as long as I thought originally. It's kind of a shame, though. Oh, wait, hire scientists? No. I already have a scientist. What are you talking about? Already talked to you. Anybody else here? No. Cool. Let's go to the trade terminal and sell metal, navigation data, carbon. Oh, would be my starship, right? Yeah, Cortex casing. Okay. Anything else in here? chair. There is nothing. Alright, then let's go over to the other side, where hopefully I'll be able to upgrade my exosuit again. Though it's not really that important anymore. Thankfully, we now have an insane amount of inventory slots. Which is another one of these weird things, right? It kind of diminishes the feeling of getting an upgrade. Like, it was actually always pretty fun. Like, it was such a substantial change, right? That made the game so much easier for you every time you got an upgrade. Oh. Ah, so now I can just select these. So either inventory... I mean, I do still have 3 technology slots. Let's actually see. Now that I have more technology slots, can I... Like, is there still technology that I haven't installed yet? I mean, this is pretty bad. Breathing efficiency. Aquatic respiration aid. User is able to swim underwater for extended periods, absorbs gases, dissolve. I've never actually crafted this. I just realized that this thing here, the aquatic thing, isn't that an upgrade for this thing? Like, how have I never crafted this and still breathed underwater? Toxin suppressor. Oh, toxic resistance plus 21%. So that's a flat resistance upgrade. It's not a shield thing. That's worth a lot more than the other ones, right?
Technology installed.
Wait, what? Oh, maybe it's literally just breathing efficiency? Oh, that's strange then. Why doesn't this interact with one another? Guess I'm putting it back. Oh, wait. Huh? This interacts with the hazard protection, but this does not? I feel like that's a bug. Somehow. Right? I mean, shouldn't... If this interacts with it, then why doesn't this one? Silver and ammonia. I am able to craft this. Don't really need it, but... Let's go for the technology slot, I think. Yeah, these are just basic upgrades. Well, not they can be pretty good upgrades. The things I want to have blueprints, not these upgrades. Starship outfitting. Upgrade Starship. This is so insanely expensive. Okay, so you can either increase storage or technology, but it's just insanely expensive. I feel like 25 million, like, it's fine that it costs a couple million. That's not necessarily the issue that I have with it, but 25 million? That's a lot. I mean, I do realize that it's already a pretty good ship, right? Don't get me wrong, but holy fuck. Oh well, let's see here. So craft research. Do have to get back to the anomaly at some point. Multi-tool upgrade station. Purchase newsletter. 8 million units. I mean, that might be worth it though, right? Because that's the only thing currently that doesn't have an open technology slot. So let's do that. Interestingly enough, you can just purchase new slots seemingly indefinitely for these things. I guess the Starship works similarly, which is probably also why they're more expensive, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty cool though that, I mean, I guess as soon as I find a cool new piece of technology that I want to have, I can actually go in and, remember to upgrade the technology slot. So if I do get a really, really cool piece of tech, then I guess at that point it might be worth it to upgrade, right? It's just that currently I don't really have anything to put in it, so... Well, cool. This thing still exists as well. It always points me here. Acquire coordinates. I thought I did this once though in the past. I'm slightly surprised that this hasn't been that it always. I don't know whether or not it always points you to these guys in every single space station that you visit, because you can always do this, or if it's a one-time thing. I mean, I still have other missions available currently, so I don't necessarily think that I want to do it right away. Let me see though. Also, do this. Sit a bit more comfortably. Okay. Well, I guess other than collecting new materials, I'm just gonna check out the planets. So I'm not in the system that I need to be in for the mission. Oh. I guess it was buggy before. Now it actually does show the connection to my mission objective. Yeah, it might have just been buggy then. That's kind of weird, but whatever. Or maybe I accidentally pressed something that doesn't show it anymore, but it showed it for the other object. Whatever. I wanted to try to select this mission again. And scan not one of the ones that had already been visited, but I guess one of the unknown ones. They literally named the planet Kill. Really? I guess that one then. Shattered planet. Why is it telling me about the ship scanner? Like, is it trying to tell me that... Oh, wait. Traveler, inspect frigate. Merchant vessel. Yeah, sure. I guess you can get frigates that have less fuel requirements? Not entirely sure. Oh, fuck. Wait, did it turn my camera around? Where the fuck's the planet that I just... That one. Unsafe trajectory? Why? Because the other freighters were in the way? Oh. Alright. Copper, gold, cobalt. Guess I can maybe collect some cobalt on that planet. Ooh, let's try that. Cargo scan deflection failed. Alright, cool. So I guess, yeah. Locate a strange world, scan planets from space. Whatever. At least, I, now know how it works. I wonder what the, success rate of that is, though, and what it's depending on. Maybe you can get upgrades later for the cargo scanner thing? I feel like their shields have gotten stronger since the update. I mean, they did increase the difficulty somewhat, right? Right, now let me actually get to where I wanted to go. Well, at least now I can try to deflect the scans. Even if it only works 50% of the time, it would already be quite a good improvement compared to before, right? Bugla V49. Oh, it has flying islands. Otherwise pretty unremarkable, though. Or not. What the fuck is that? Never mind. Now I know why it's called a Shattered World. This looks kinda crazy, to be honest. What the fuck are these things? Wait, target sweep mode? Activate photo. Yeah, it literally just wants me to activate the photo mode. Wait, does this count for the mission then? Tilt, adjust effects, move sun. Did it not count? I don't want to, like, have a billion different screenshots on my system just because the mission doesn't do it properly. I mean, this is actual material, apparently. Gives ferrite dust and oxygen. This looks pretty awesome, not gonna lie. Not necessarily what I would want to build a base on, but I mean, it's already, it's somewhat warm, but other than that, what the hell? These are actual creatures? Okay, that's cool. Huh. That is pretty awesome then. Wait, let's take a out of specific worlds. Yeah, I don't really understand what it's trying to get me to do here. All creatures discovered. Ah, cool. It only has one. Fauna. Hold to register completion. Nice. Shattered planet. So that's what that means then. That it has these weird shattered structures on it. It looks pretty funky. Not necessarily a planet for a home base, though. Bit too many of these things floating around. And also, I don't really like floating islands that much, honestly. Discovered all species on 6 planets. Oh, mind you. Let's grab some dihydrogen. Yeah, the thing is, tritium isn't really that much of a big deal. You get a lot in a very short span of time. It's a little bit different with dihydrogen, honestly. Like, you do require quite a bit more of that. Even with these larger crystals, I feel like. Can I not scan these? Or is this electric cube? New item recorded to catalog. Is it in my inventory? It is. Stabilized reality glitch. A rare stabilized glitch retrieved from a malfunctioning planet. Safe for rehousing inhabitable bases. What the hell? I don't even understand the tooltip. Malfunctioning planet? So is it sort of a fourth wall breaking planet then? Is that what they're trying to tell me here? Oh, what is this then? Hazardous flora. Can I pick you up? Yeah. Oh, fuck. You assholes. Why does that always activate the sentinels? I mean, with the gravitino balls, I get that, because they're just lying around on the ground, right? But why would a plant that is already hazardous prompt the sentinels to be activated? That seems sort of doubly annoying. Oh, there is a cave here. Ah, well, never mind. That's not a cave. Perfect. Oh, that's okay. It's so crazy to me that you can actually offer these guys food. Okay, so you can take these weird cubes without any problem, though? It's also R3 for some reason, instead of square. Wonder if there's some significance behind that. Because R3 is usually, like, that's usually the... Oh, these are worth quite a bit, though. I guess these must be some sort of crafting material, then? If it doesn't show any sort of value that's attached to it. Subterranean relic. Cobalt deposit. Let's grab some cobalt while we're here. I do have that on my list still. Uh, 621 out of 240? What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, wait, is it showing me how much I would need in order to replenish charges? Wait, let's see. 244.24. Oops. How much magnetized ferrite do I still have now, though? Yeah, alright, okay. Well, that's cool. That's new as well, isn't it? I don't remember that. Yeah, I think that was part of the latest inventory update. Which is kind of crazy to me that that wasn't a thing before, right? That it didn't show you how much it actually consumes. I mean, as cool as this Shattered World is, though, yeah, I mean, I don't really like the color palette. I also think that the planet is somewhat boring in every other respect, right? So it's, how much cobalt was that? Where is it? 185. All right, it's not that much actually. Yeah, there isn't really much else going on. As cool as the floating islands are, I don't like them for traversal, right? Like if this were a planet you wanted to sort of just casually stroll around on, if you were to live here, then I think it would sort of be a little bit annoying. Pick this guy up as well. Grab a little bit more of this. Yeah. I don't know. I can definitely see these shattered pieces. I guess, I mean, in theory, they would be able to be spawned in with multiple different colors, right? Or do you think that they're restricted to being yellow or yellow-purple? I wonder what kind of different combinations this type of shattered planet could have. Also, honestly, since I already started Googling other things earlier, let me quickly check. Overseas Tour is a repeatable secondary mission. Task the player with taking a photograph on a specific type of planet. Mission will ask the player to use photo mode to take a photograph on a planet with specific biome. Screenshots taken with the starship are acceptable as long as the player is close enough to the surface. Okay, well that's a pretty annoying mission then. So it doesn't even tell you what kind of planet he's looking for. You literally just have to take a random screenshot and hope that... Or will it show you if you scan the planet? That is a very weird mission description, honestly. So it's a repeatable mission though, so I guess... Huh. The reason why I don't like this mission is because the screenshots will go to your... They will be saved on your PlayStation, right? And I can't be bothered to, like, delete them or something. I mean, it's not a big deal, of course, but... For a daily mission, that seems... somewhat annoying. Uh, at least, for example, Genshin Impact also has missions that force you to use the camera, like the in-game screenshot camera thing, gadget. But at least they show you the screenshot first, right? And then you have the option to save it to the system. So it's not automatically saved to the system. I feel like that should be the case here as well. Well, how do I know what I'm looking for then? Okay, that's incredibly dumb then. Why has this mission existed for fucking 3 years within the game without being properly updated? Why is that a thing? Why does this mission exist at all? Okay, so the way it works apparently is that it doesn't actually show what you're supposed to be taking a photo of in your actual quest. But instead, what it will do is if you land on a qualifying planet, it will apparently show that in the HUD for some awkward reason. That is incredibly dumb. And I have absolutely no freaking idea why that hasn't been updated at some point in time. That is completely pointless in my opinion. Like that's a... What? Ah, great, now the space station's in the way again. Can you please show me what type of planet that is? I don't want to see the space station, I want to see the fucking planet behind it. Why is there no way to tag the planets? Why is that not a thing? Okay, well, the planet that I was currently on apparently does have a moon, though? Wherever that would be. I still find navigating the systems incredibly tedious. Scan for trade outpost. Is there no way to show me where planets are that I haven't visited yet? Why is that such a complicated thing? I don't want to deplete my resources just to be able to potentially go to a planet that I haven't been to yet. Oh well. that shouldn't be this complicated, right? And I feel like that was actually a thing in the past, that you were able to basically just see the planets in your HUD, like on the top of your screen, right, where it's essentially a kind of compass. You were able to just see the planets that exist in any given system and just go to them. I don't know. Object of interest. Incoming message. What Ondro is this? Ship, blah blah blah, Corvax is, entity requires. The trader gestures happily, keen to do business directly, free from the interference and regulation of the galactic trade terminals. Sure. Oh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Do I have something to sell? Oh, you can sell these. Don't know if I want to, though. And sell this stuff. Okay. Kind of a pointless interaction, but sure, why not? At least it was something that I hadn't done before. So that's cool. Planet Kill. Why would somebody name a planet Kill? That seems strange, but... Well, it's definitely one of the more beautiful frozen planets, I think. Do I actually need anything from this planet? Oh, wait. What does it have? Guess I could get more copper. If I wanted to. It is somewhat, well, somewhat unfortunate though that most of the frozen worlds that I've visited so far, I mean, this is probably, I think, like the third or fourth frozen world that I've seen so far. And honestly, they've all been fairly similar. I mean, I've been on two that had pretty tall mountains. And I like this one for being a little bit more flat. But other than that, it's kind of creatures found. You know what, like, a frozen world wouldn't necessarily be super bad for building a base on, but it's also not the most interesting thing ever, I feel like. That's where it just was right now. See if we can actually find the other two. Ah, I see the moon. I see the moon. Let's go to that moon then. Yeah. I don't know. They all look... So far, they all look kind of similar to each other, which is a little bit of a shame. I don't know. Obviously, the topography of the planet was different to the other ones that I've seen, but the like the trees were still very similar. The way the ground looks was very similar, right? It's eh. That should be the moon, hopefully, right? Unknown moon, yeah. Tropical moon. Okay. Paraffinium, copper. Well, guess I'll stay here for a little bit, collect that stuff. Looks to be pretty cute and small, though, right? I feel like. Let's see. Is that a paraffinium deposit? No, that's just a snowy mountain. Looks somewhat similar to the frozen world, though, doesn't it? Should we just land here, or... I think there might actually be... it has these weird spaces with nothing on it. So... Again, definitely not a base candidate, I feel like. Ooh. Let's just land here then. Choking humidity. Okay. Doesn't look too bad, to be quite honest. At least it has a lot of grass on it. The trees look pretty cool. So many things to scan. I mean, now that it's getting daytime, it has the other planet in the sky, right? It looks somewhat impressive, honestly. I like the trees. I like the trees and the grass, gently flowing hills. I mean, the weird stones are okay, I guess. I mean, I would like to potentially build a new base. At least I would have a lot of space here to do it, right? It somewhat depends, right? In terms of bases, if you... Like, do you want to have one... Wait. Did it forget to spawn in the grass, or are there patches without grass? Hey, I think I actually found all the species on this one. So it has 3 flying creatures, okay. Oguatao. I don't know. I mean, it's also a moon, right? Having, like, just sort of the idea behind it, having a moon base. Potentially not the worst thing in the world. I mean, a place like this, right? Sort of a large open field. The thing is just why I want to change my base is I do want to have something more interesting to look at. And I want to have more space. Like the current base is the issue that I have with my current base is that I guess I didn't really think enough about what the game would require me to build for the missions, right? So it was supposed to be a smaller base. Which is why I sort of chose that island near the ocean, right? And said, okay, well, I'm going to, I guess, just build a small base to have everything that I need for it. But now I'm thinking, especially looking at this, right? Seeing sort of more rolling hills, just in general, more space to do things. Might be worth just building, you know, like a big platform and then putting the base onto it. I don't know. The thing is with this planet, I mean, the sky looks pretty cool, right? Which in general makes me think that I probably want to have a base on the moon if I can help it, because it'll have like a really cool planet nearby. And if it's also a planet with a ring, that's even better. So in that regard, this does qualify. It has big open spaces, which is also good. The resources are somewhat bad, right? They're not really anything too interesting. Copper, gold, cobalt. Still metal, cobalt. Let's look at these last 2 planets first, and then maybe I'll come back here. The thing that I can't decide on is, do I want to build... because I want to build a more expansive base, right? A base that will actually allow me to, you know, build stuff in terms of, you know, actually getting creative with sort of the layout and everything, right? It doesn't need to be the most creative thing at first, but at least have the potential to be a bigger, more expansive base later on, which with the current location of my base isn't really possible. I made some choices that I thought, because I thought that with the terrain manipulator, for example, I would be able to just shape the terrain to what I want it to be, but I realized that the game is sort of finicky with that, and it can bug out sometimes, so yeah, I guess it's not as sophisticated as I thought it would be. So actually putting the reason why I'm struggling with this decision is, do I want to continue searching for a perfect planet, quote unquote, or a planet that really where I go, oh yeah, this is definitely the one? Or do I want to do like a between base, right? Because I think this planet or this moon would be pretty good for a in-between base, so to speak. I don't really know at this point. I think I probably want to go more for the in-between base though. Because, you know, finding the quote unquote perfect planet, that can take literally ages, right? That's a thing that can take who knows how long, right? So, because of that, it probably would make sense to build an intermediate base in between. I can still keep the one that I currently have as sort of a backup. The thing is with this planet, obviously, if you were to build, well, I mean, you could, I guess, you would use the normal exocraft here. Hmm. Yeah, let's just keep it in mind for the time being. Okay, what were the two things that I potentially wanted to farm here? It was, this planet has paraffinium and copper, right? Copper, didn't I just see a paraffinium deposit pretty close nearby? Oh, berry technology, well that I'll definitely get. Just need to double check my inventory from time to time. Definitely still need more dihydrogen. I want to get another stack of copper though. And paraffinium was the other thing, right? Magnetized ferrite, paraffinium. That's somewhat further away though. I thought there was one that was really close. Oh yeah, that one. Why is it showing up so high in the air then? Honestly, maybe I'll just start building my base right away. Why not? I like this planet. Oh, sorry, buddy. The thing is just, I feel like a lot of planets look fairly boring at night. There are obviously exceptions, right? I mean, there are these planets with like glowing grass and whatnot. They obviously look incredibly impressive at night. So it's this kind of deal where, isn't there more paraffinium? Oh, that's magnetized ferrite. Never mind. I don't need that. I mean, oh man, that's actually a tough decision, isn't it? Because, well, it would require some resources to build a base here first and foremost, and then I don't know whether or not I would really like to come back here. Just pretty chill, is all. Give me a second. What would it require, though? I mean, the good thing is I could sort of use the other base that I have as a more experimental one? Oh. Oh, now I get it. So you can decorate your base with this. Ah, that's cool. Huh. Chromatic metal. Well, do I want to put it down here, though? It's actually quite hard to tell. I mean, there's a lot of space here, isn't there? And I can always move this, right? No product claims. Claim this. Just need a name for it. The other one's called Brown Bear Island. Should I just call this Brown Bear Outpost? Outpost. X02 or some X02. Let's do that. Wait, did it? Oh, okay. Never mind. And then do I want to build these or? The problem is I only have these floor panels. What does it do if I place them one next to the other? Yeah, okay. See, this is how you're actually supposed to do it, right? Which is kind of not what I did with my last one. Okay. Well, now it's floating, though. Well, I guess in that case you always just build further until they're not floating anymore. Right, so I just built them. Oh. There are superheated rainstorms here. Well... Fuck. Maybe I should have waited a little bit longer then with establishing the base. I mean, I guess in theory I could still keep it. Maybe just make it a research outpost or something. Well, that sucks. Though it looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. Well... Fuck. I guess I'm gonna be thinking about what to do with this next time. It should have autosaved, correct? Yeah. Store point save. I think this is where I'm going to be stopping for now. Um, and then next time I'm here, I'll be thinking about it again, thinking about whether or not I actually want to stay there. I mean, it looks pretty cool. It might still be not the worst idea to at least establish a base to try out base building a little bit. Because I think, as I said, the reason for why I might want to why does it have trouble connecting? Oh, well, whatever. The reason for why I might want to build a quote unquote intermediate base is because then I can I've already learned the problems with base building, I guess, right? And so I think it might be a good idea to have a base to try out a couple more things and see where the sort of problems lie with the whole base building system, right? Why does it... Is it just stuck on connecting if it doesn't... if it can't connect? Okay, well, whatever. But yeah, it might be a good idea to just establish a base and try to, get things going, try to experiment with certain structures. I mean, the good thing is that you can literally always just get rid of it, right? And rebuild it or build another one. So I'm not too fussed about it. Might be a good idea to just try some things. It might also be, I could just build a farm of Gravitino balls or something if I wanted to, right? Which might be another cool idea. So yeah. And that way I could just try some stuff out, right? Just try it out, keep the base. I mean, it looks pretty cool. If I want to do something else with it, I always can. And then the current base that I have will be, for the time being, the basic one that I started out with. That'll also house my, the NPCs and whatnot. And then if I find another suitable planet that doesn't have superheated rainstorms but still looks pretty cool, then we'll try to get a base going there. Anyways, it's been a lot of fun though. I do want to eat something now, and I do want to do some stuff in 14, which otherwise I would have continued playing No Man's Sky, but I think since I do want to go back to 14 and do some stuff there as well, still have some weeklies to do, I will do that and come back to No Man's Sky hopefully soon. I don't know when yet. Currently, the next stream that's planned would be on Sunday, more Dragon Songs Reprise Prog in 14. So we'll see about that, but yeah, definitely come back to it, and then I'm going to be thinking about what to do with this moon base, moon outpost that I now established. Anyways, it's been a ton of fun. I hope you're having a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Maybe I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.